Oops. Oh, I still got this thing up. Hello, Fright Lights. Welcome back to Sashiko Potions. I am Robin Sashiko, the witch who's here to make your night a little more frightening. Frightening. How's everybody doing? Hi, Dip. Hi, Vesper. Hi. Hi, Barlow. Meow, meow. How are you? How's everyone doing today? Hello. I'll put that away. Hi. What are you guys up to today? It's like a Terraria Tuesday. I will go play Terraria with Clover. Per is still not around. I can't quite remember why or what Per has been up to. I think she's just taking a break from collabs or just like stuff in general. She's still been streaming the past couple days, so I don't remember, and I've been too weird to ask about it again. But yeah, hope they're all doing okay. I kind of just got up and I made some eggies and toast, and now I'm here hanging out with Clover. It's gonna be good. I actually think the Halloween event has started in Terraria, so maybe we'll get a little bit of a surprise. Vesper. Oh, what did I do yesterday? Oh, I had a lot of fun with Hades 2 yesterday. I played Hades 2. And I played a little bit of Rematch. I've been playing Blue Protocol. It's okay. I'm basically comparing it to Final Fantasy XIV with a mix of Genshin Impact. It's fine. I think it's nice to play with friends, and I haven't played like an MMORPG in a long time. So it is neat to see all the mechanics there after a while. So it's been good. Ow! Not a whole lot. I'm once again, unsurprisingly, still very sleepy. Um, I know Snowy has gotten herself fully, almost fully settled into her new place, so that's good. I'm kind of just mentally preparing for my trip to Seattle in the next couple weeks. Is it 2 weeks? Yeah. So I have the rest of this week, next week, and then the following week, and then I'm going on my flight on the 30th. I'm nervous. I'm a little nervous going on a 6-hour flight by myself, and I worry about the TSA because of government stuff right now. I just hope it goes okay. All of the flight stuff that's happened this past year so far has got me kind of like, I don't know. Things aren't super good right now, so I'm a little nervous, but I really want to go, so I just kind of gotta do it. Gotta do it. It's gotta get done. Okay, let's say hi to Clover. We were talking for a little while already.
Uh, um,
Meow,
yeah. Wah! Yep,
meow.
there we go.
Hi.
And there. Hi. Hi, Robin.
You sounded stuffy there for half a second. Yeah, Clover
Oh, I am a
once
little.
Clover once again has allergies. Like every time we've played Terraria, you've been like sick in some way for the past like 2 months.
Welcome, welcome to the deepest part of my lore.
Yeah, it's just
Like,
it should just be a part of your lore now. A zombie who gets sick. What even are you?
I don't know, okay? Like, it's so wild because people are like, so Clover hasn't been streaming for a while. Is he like okay? Is he on hiatus or something? Like, nah, he's just sick again.
He's just sick
He'll
again.
be he'll be back in like a week or so.
I could imagine that in lore when you sneeze your eyeballs pop out and then
Oh my God,
and then you have to grab them.
they absolutely would.
Just
Just like just
oh
oh, they're not even attached. It's like, just like really old school, like the pool ball is just
yeah,
like
like the cartoon, like they just kind of roll out and then you have to like chase them on the ground like marbles.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Like when you sneeze super hard, all of your limbs just come apart and you collapse.
Have to reattach everything and it's just a mess.
Uh, little freaking creature. Man,
Mm.
we're gonna have
Man, I
to
don't I don't
reanimate Clover. Why?
mhm.
I could, but
uh,
I'd rather not. a mess with the undead.
You don't
I'm not
wanna
working with dark magic here. I have standards.
come on, Robin. You don't wanna do a little necromancy with me? Hmm?
Not really.
Ah, no, no, just
I'm good. We can leave that to
okay.
Per. I feel like she'd do that.
Oh, maybe yeah, yeah.
Necromancy is bad. Oh,
I feel like I'm being targeted here a little. What the fuck?
so
I
is
mean, I
necrophilia, but he still gives me kisses.
God damn it.
Mm,
Robin, that's bad. You can't
that's
say
pretty
that.
bad. I'm sorry.
It's no, it's okay. Oh my God. I don't know. Like I feel like I would be prime for like necrophilia jokes, but like for some reason
Ah.
I never get them. So like hearing you
People
just like
forget about
kind of
it
go
because
yeah, yeah,
you're just like you're still like a person. You're just like VTubers. Like, oh yeah, I got like realistically, yeah, like a little bit, but they kind of forget about that. I feel like,
yeah. Maybe
but you're
maybe
also a good boy, so I don't think anyone's really tried.
God damn it.
I should
You
stop
can't just
talking.
open. What the fuck, Robin? Right? Like you're just like okay, you're checking off every single thing as quickly as possible. You're just speed running it today. Like like all right, start stream with Clover. Let's see. Okay, check one. Make a really really fucked up joke to make him flustered, and then call him a good boy just because.
Just because, yeah, it's fine. I think you're a bit quiet, Clover, compared to Robin.
I am like I don't get why I'm so quiet. Like I look at my mixer and everything, and like I am very very high up.
Yeah, audio. I don't know. Audio is kind of bullshit. Ugh.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oh, are you good? Like, you just woke
What?
up? Yeah?
No, I've been up for like an hour. Dude. I'm like conditioned to start yawning once I start like hit the go live button. I swear.
Oh,
Like I
yeah.
wasn't yawning this much before I started to stream. It just
Hmm.
starts happening for like once I distract myself and like start playing video game, I don't yawn as much. But I don't know. I'm so sleepy all the time.
That's fair.
I don't know. I guess it's just a trans girl thing, being so sleepy. Even though I slept okay, like I usually sleep okay, but I'm just like, can't do it,
Mm.
man.
Ah, yes, the number one the number one trait of a trans girl, sleepy.
Sleepy. Yeah, I think Robin's voice just travels more. Maybe
Maybe.
maybe I'm speaking up, or my gain is up a bit high.
I well, I did see also like I think like something kind of messed when my Streamlabs got updated, and I think my Discord
Oh,
mixing channel was just full blast.
that's fair.
Is it better now, by the way? Like, is it more like leveled and
Is
everything?
my
Like,
mic
are we
okay?
good?
Am I not too loud, or am I too
Like,
loud?
you're coming through nicely, at least, yeah.
Crisp Kitty. I would have never guessed you're a trans girl. I get that a lot.
Yeah, you know what? Like first time I saw you, or like heard you and everything, I had no idea.
No idea. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Hmm.
I'm flattered if it's a flat
Well,
vocabulary.
I
I
hope it's yeah. I hope it.
am a girl, very little cat girl is just
Mhm.
hanging out, being kind of fuzzy, comfy. That's okay. We're gonna be playing more Terraria today. It's Terraria Tuesday.
Yay!
Yeah,
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
it is Tuesday, and I believe the Halloween event has started in game.
Wait, there's a Halloween event. Oh my God! Like it wasn't like fuck terrifying enough as it was.
No, it's. I think it's more of a like mobs drop like little like goodie bags for vanity items.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't remember what else happens.
I well, I think
Halloween.
I'm excited then. Like,
Yeah, I think. Enemies
Well, it's kind of fun.
dress up as well. Yay!
Oh my God! So I could get I could get a cool like vanity. Wait, I have everything I need.
but you might find something more funny. Here, I'm gonna pull up the video game.
Okay, but like,
You need more. As is tradition, I select queer VTuber. I'm a little
oh,
sapphic. As a treat. What does sapphic mean? Just like lesbian? Is gay, lesbian? I don't know.
I think yeah. It it comes from uh, it comes from the name Sappho, which was a an ancient Greek poet that lived on Lesbos, and
God bless you.
she wrote thank you, and she wrote poetry about it was actually kind of funny because like she would talk about a lot about um like love, not like the lustful love, but more of
Yeah.
the like a deeper like feel or like a spiritual love.
Right.
I only know this because like she was like one of my main subjects in high school. So
Oh, cool. Hi,
yeah.
Toph. Also, thank you for the follow, Vesper. I appreciate you.
Yeah, Vesper, thank you.
I'll give you a little squish. Oh my god! The bunny's wearing a slime costume.
What the f
Yay! Can I catch it? No,
Okay,
it's
okay,
just a
I'm also
bunny.
here. Oh wait, I have to
I'm letting you free.
think.
Yay!
There we go.
100% cute. Someone was 100% cute yesterday.
Every day Clover speaks this where there are more and more of an egg. Like an egghead? Like
No, an egg is like a trans term for someone who doesn't know they're trans yet, but they kind of got the signs about it. It's like, oh, yeah, they're gonna crack, they're gonna come out, that kind of thing.
what the fuck? Really?
Yeah, that's what an egg is.
Huh.
They're not sure they're trans yet. Egg mentioned. Egg. Hi, man.
Oh, hi
Oh,
Muni.
Muni. Oh, that's a different one.
Oh my god, stretchy noises really? Like I'm right here with like with Robin,
Getting
okay?
out of your
Like
character with breasts is normal. Yeah, it's like getting art of your character with boobs. It's like just because my character has boobs doesn't mean anything. And
it was
boys can have boobs too, and it's like yeah,
okay.
that's what they all
It was
say.
one time,
It was
but
one
twice.
time. You're in
Oh my god.
denial.
Okay, good stretch. Oh god. Oh god, there we go. Whew, that was a good one.
Oh
Fuck, I
oh
needed that.
fuck! I gotta do this voice for 5 minutes. I haven't done it in a
Oh,
while.
oh, voice.
Okay,
Which voice?
I like doing this one. I don't know what we're gonna do today. For
Oh,
me,
that's so good. I love this.
I haven't done it in a while, and it usually sounds kind of fake. It's fine.
But what would I know? I'm just a good boy. Well, you are a good.
You
Oh,
are a good
Vesper, come
boy.
on.
Oh, you're doing
I'm
good. You're fine.
I'm not that easy, Vesper. Who am I kidding? I am. You're such a good boy.
You are a good boy. Squish, squish, squish,
Okay.
squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish.
Where am I? Wait, where am
Pumpkins.
I going? What am I doing?
That's a good question.
Oh,
Hi,
I
Gray.
remember Rob.
Hi.
Hi, Gray.
Huh?
I do remember. I was making a beach resort.
Oh yeah. You made a bar last time.
I finished the bar. You saw it
I
too,
did.
didn't you?
Was there more you were gonna do with it?
I don't know. I'm feeling like I would love to do more, but I'm not really sure what.
You should make a big like front desk and multiple rooms.
Oh yeah. Oh, I
Uh,
wanted to do an underwater room.
oh
That's
yeah.
it. Yeah.
We have rooms too. It's not weird or anything, right? Whereas they
This
specifically
voice.
have art of their big honkers. I'm pretty sure. I have a friend
Also,
who's like
hi,
a femboy,
Pinky.
and they were like, make design a female character, and then remove the boobs. That's it. That's a fun boy.
Thank you for the headpad. Oh my god, let's see.
Why
There
don't
we
you
go.
sell cat
Oh
ears?
shit. What, sorry?
Nothing.
Um, that alert.
Nothing. Don't worry about
Okay,
it.
Vesper, have a nice. I worry. Okay, I'm gonna worry a lot. Okay, let's go over here. See what it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Also, thank you for the headset unit. Let's see. Yeah, boys and boobs.
Oh,
Not weird or anything. I mean,
thank
okay. I
you.
mean,
Yeah.
also the male pregnant art was not by choice. Okay,
Haha.
it was thrust upon me.
I haven't seen that.
Wait,
Am
wait, Robin,
am
you
I
haven't
missing
seen
out
it?
on something?
Did you not see it?
I don't think so.
Okay, okay,
No?
okay. Where? Okay, what the fuck? Where is everything? Give
I
me a
don't want,
second
I
here.
don't want ink.
Okay, let's
Accessories.
see.
I found some ice skates. Put those away.
Did I not?
I found-
Oh fuck, I did not.
I wanted to explore the dungeon more, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, we should
Yeah,
explore
yeah,
the
we
dungeon.
Oh shit, we
That's a
fought
treat.
something last time.
Uh, we fought the skeleton. We fought the blue slime king.
The bee. We also did the bee,
Yeah, we
yeah.
did fight the bee. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Where is my impreg art? What the fuck? Why can't I not
That's
find this?
that's a
all of
great
sudden?
question.
Yeah, that is a good
That's a
question.
great
What
question.
the fuck? I wanted to show it to you. What the hell?
I've been getting a lot of titty growth art lately.
Who the fuck did I show it
A
to?
lot of hyper titties with my potions.
Oh wait, wait, did you say hyper?
Yeah.
Is that like that's the thing where like like where like boobs
Extra,
and ass is
extra, extra
right?
big. Wait, what?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't
Okay.
know what I feel like doing right now.
I don't know. Okay, I'm confused.
Me too. I think we're
Where?
probably going to fight the Eater of Worlds today. So we go to
Yeah?
the boss in the corruption biome. Are you telling me something?
Sounds good.
Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
Ah. Hmm.
Okay, seriously, where the fuck is it? I can't.
I guess we
Who
could
the
just
fuck?
explore for a little bit, and then fight bosses later.
Uh,
Yeah, I think I'll just go to the dungeon for a little bit.
yeah. I'll come with you. Let's see if I can.
Hi!
Oh, hi, Robin.
Hi!
Okay, I can stop that now.
Oh my god, you got that thing again.
I love
That's
my
true,
thing.
you had the.
Here,
I fucking love it.
here.
Okay, seriously, where the fuck?
I love my yo-yo.
Your yo-yo is so cool. I think I have what is it?
I gave you a
What
flail.
is it? Yeah, you gave me a flail. I still use it actually. I'm weird. I'm getting weirdly good with it. I feel. I did not think that would work. Okay, seriously, what the?
Here, I have a peach for you. A peach for a peach.
Oh, thank you. Wait, I'm a peach.
Yeah.
Wait, is that like a weird like thing, like, or is it
An
literally
innuendo.
just a peach? Yeah, like I feel like everything that.
I mean, you can call someone a peach. Like, you're such a sweet peach. Calling you sweet.
Is this like when people say "bless your heart"?
Bless your heart. I mean,
Okay, listen.
a peach could also be a butt.
Robin, you need to like. Okay,
What?
I know so many like southern people. How is "bless your heart" a negative thing?
A negative thing?
Like you say, "Oh, bless your heart." Well, it's like,
Oh, maybe it's like an ignorance thing. It's like, oh, bless your heart. Like, oh, you poor thing. Oh, so sweet, so innocent.
but like, wouldn't you be like, I don't know, happy? Like, like you would want to bless someone's heart?
It is like It's a bit of both. Like it's a sweet way of saying it's like, oh, you poor thing.
Okay, okay, I get that, I think.
Hey, I'm
Okay,
Pregard.
okay. Shush, Robin, okay? I was trying to
Hey,
look for
look.
it for you because I wanted to show you, but like,
Thank you.
don't
No.
fucking draw attention to it.
Look, I have an AD. You can go find any of my stuff you want.
You gotta, what?
AD is for an After Dark, like a NSFW account.
Oh. Hey, okay, okay, you know what? Okay.
Clover, who's the dad?
I don't know.
It's just like getting your femboys or trans girls pregnant. You just gotta try hard enough.
Yeah.
Gotta try harder.
I keep getting like TikToks and shit. I was like, if you can't get your trans girl pregnant, you should try again or
Try
something.
again.
I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you just gotta keep trying.
Oh wait, oh shit, you're down there. Okay,
I'm
okay.
in the dungeon already.
All right, I'm gonna come. Down
Mama
to
didn't
you.
raise no
Yeah.
quitter. Damn.
Wait, I'm walking the wrong way. What the fuck? Where am I?
From
Wait.
the beach, go left.
Yeah, but you went down the one where we fought the skeleton, right?
Yeah,
All right,
I'll come back up.
perfect.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
well,
They replaced the little healing hearts with candy apples. That's just like a
That's
visual.
cute.
Happy Halloween.
What are some of your favorite Halloween candies?
That's a good question. It's a turn of phrasing where it's like candy specific to Halloween because Halloween candy could be literally any candy.
Okay, yeah, true,
You know what I
true,
mean?
but like something that you would, like something that you would
Ow.
very, very much get,
Ow.
like,
Hello.
for Halloween.
I don't know. What's like a Halloween unique thing besides like candy corn? Stuff like I remember like popcorn balls.
Yeah? Oh
I
my
used
god,
to
I
really
was
like
about to
those.
say,
They're not as good as
I
they
was
used
about
to
to
be
say
though.
Peeps or something.
Peeps, that's Easter.
That's Easter, yeah.
That's
I totally
Peepster.
forgot.
Full size
I'm
candy
just-
bars. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, what's your favorite candy bar then? That's a better question.
I like
think.
Twix.
Twix?
Yeah, I love the crunchy wafer and the caramel.
Twix is pretty good, yeah.
Twinks.
I don't know. I like I actually don't know.
Ephorcore.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Maybe you have Mars bar, right?
I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what it's like though.
It's kind of like a caramel nougat center.
Yeah. What about you guys in chat? What do you like?
Yeah. What about you all? Yeah.
Like boxes, Skittles, M&M's, Capri Sun. Hell yeah, get a Capri Sun
Oh.
in a Halloween
Get that
bowl.
Capri Sun. Oh, I got a golden key.
Left or right Twix?
Diagonal Twix.
Just like I'll just double fist them. Like just take
No.
both.
Put that back. Ow.
Oh, Twix is for sharing. No, it's not. It's for me to get one.
You know there's no
One
difference
in
between
each
a left
hand.
and a right Twix.
There is.
They would never understand the diagonal Twix bit.
Oh my god, could you imagine? Diagonally, just like eat your Twix, but like just
It's like regular
Diagonal.
Twix, but
Diagonal.
diagonal.
oh my god.
But how does
I'm
that work?
Like you take one bite and then you take another bite of the other one, and then you go back and
Well,
forth, back and forth, back
goddamn.
and forth.
That's one diagonal Twix.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
You are dead.
yeah, I am.
Clover has died.
I died to literally everything. I'm gonna. Oh fuck! I dropped so much shit too.
Oh, did you? Let me see if I can go grab it.
Nah, it's okay. I know where it was. So let me just
It's best to grab the money before a monster can, cause if like monsters can like grab your gold when you
yeah.
die, and it kind of sucks
Thank
if they
you.
despawn with it. Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Okay, I
I
gotta
don't know if
stop
they
you first. I
still
need
do
to talk.
that.
Hmm.
Usually you can still see if a monster has the gold.
Ah, that's good.
Thank you,
And a
waiter.
good stretch. Oh god. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. That was good. Ooh. There we are. Okay, so I need to go back to the ocean,
Bees!
and I need to go to where you are.
That's me.
Okay, so I have a flail, and I have
That's
a
B!
shotgun. Oh, thank you for showing me love, Baku. Yeah, I love that.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, ah.
Oh, are you okay?
I fell into a spike pit. I had to teleport home.
Oh shit.
Ow. My bones!
Okay, let's see here. Ah. Wait,
Ugh.
what the fuck is this
I've
little
been
bunny
booped.
thing? Oh, it's a slime.
Dude, yeah.
Oh, I thought I would get that
Oh. Oh,
cute.
I didn't even check the traveling merchant. I saw it and then I forgot about it.
Oh my god, yeah, yeah, same here. It's like, ah, travel merchant, sure, whatever.
Oh.
Oop, oh shit.
There's a bunch of pumpkins spawning on the surface.
Yeah, yeah.
Pumpkin!
I want a
Pumpkins!
pumpkin.
I love
Wait,
pumpkins.
I don't.
it clashes.
I don't really like pumpkin like flavored stuff. I don't like eating pumpkin.
I don't know. It's not my favorite either. Like
It's so weird.
like in Copenhagen, there's like an American pie shop,
Uh,
and they do have like the pumpkin pie, but like I tried it like once and or twice, and it's not my favorite. No,
uh.
I like apple
Hey, good
pie.
for you. Apple
Oh,
pie's pretty alright.
it's aight.
It's alright. I do like berry pies.
Yeah.
Isn't pumpkin considered a berry? Same with a banana.
Could be.
Pretty sure a banana's a berry.
Oh shit. Oh, I got
Ow.
some silver and some. Yeah, I think banana.
I might have grabbed something.
Wait, what constitutes you as cute? Well, Mioni, the fact that you are cute.
It's true. If you see any of these blue
Wait.
candles, I'll break them because it's increasing the spawn rate of monsters.
Oh, okay. And you could just break them with whatever, yeah?
Yeah, the pickaxe.
Alright. Ah, okay. Oh, pickaxe. Okay. Oh, wait.
We could use them for
Robin,
farming monsters later.
Robin, I can't get up.
Why not?
It's I can't jump high enough.
What? Do you know you don't have a
I
grappling
still
hook,
don't have
do you?
no, I still don't have a grappling hook, no.
Oh, I can make you one. You make grappling hooks with the gemstones you find
Yeah?
and other stuff.
Oh, shit. There we go.
Ah.
And shoot. And shoot. And shoot.
I have a bunch of rope.
Yeah.
I will.
Well,
I
I think I
will
should-
help you with the rope.
I think I should be okay just with that initial little
Oh no!
Oh fuck.
She's dead as hell.
Oh no.
Oh no! I left him in the dungeon.
Oh no, I'm gonna have a bad time. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
You're gonna have a bad time. I don't remember how to make wormhole potions. Oh no! Deb.
Oh shit.
Let's see. We could try maybe just taking on the next boss.
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's see.
At least I got a little bit of money.
I don't think it needs to be any certain time of day. Where did I put my magic powder?
Wait, do I live with no. What? Yeah, I do. What the fuck? Deshaun. Musket ball. Wait, what do I have? I have musket balls. Okay. A flintlock pistol.
Where did I
God,
put my
that mini.
good powder?
Oh my god.
Am I safe?
Robin,
No. Hello?
Deshaun is selling a nurse outfit.
Oh, oh yeah. Yeah, yep. Yep. I think NPCs sell new stuff during Halloween.
I kind of need it.
I
I
don't
kind of
want to
need
be an
to.
ingredient. You're
I
gonna
don't.
be an ingredient.
I want to be a nurse, okay? Like, I'm
I know
sorry.
you do, sweetheart. I know you do.
I'm gonna be so fucking, like, I'm gonna look so fucking fine. You have no idea.
Nurse Clover. Hello, nurse.
Oh my god. Okay, like,
Let me
to
see.
be fair though, I've played so
Wow.
much Silent Hill, my brain is rotted,
Silent
okay?
Hill
Like,
F. Or just
no, I
Silent
haven't
Hill.
played F yet. Just Silent Hill in general. I've played so much
Do
of
you
it,
want to
and
be a
there are so many
nurse or do you
characters.
want to be a bride?
Well, I am buying the nurse outfit, so I could like be whatever the fuck I want.
Oh, I was gonna. Okay.
But I could like, that's okay. Like, let's see here. How do I do this? Shit.
The other NPCs.
And
Weep, 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 weep,
put this on.
weep, weep,
Doesn't
weep,
even
weep, weep,
do
weep.
anything. What the fuck? It's just... Oh my god.
It's just vanity. What did you expect from a nurse
Equip
outfit?
fashion statement. I'm fucking wearing
Wait,
a
what?
floaty still. What the fuck though?
Wait, did you,
Okay,
did
you
you
know
get an
what?
achievement?
I got an achievement, a
For
fashionable
what?
one. For having
Like a whole set of a
uh
vanity?
yeah, a whole like, well, 3 slots of vanity and 3 slots of armor.
Crazy.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Matthias
Why do
jacket.
my
Why is it only him that's like selling an outfit? He's the gun guy. Why is he selling a nurse outfit? He,
Yeah,
he,
yeah, what?
he must have borrowed it from the nurse. Maybe he's.
Oh my god, Caitlyn is just going like, where did all my clothes go?
You think he's dressing up in his free time?
I mean, could be. Could you imagine? Like I wouldn't be like above somebody just dressing up as a nurse in their free time.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he's
Yeah.
a little curious. I think he
Yeah.
likes it.
Yeah, Robin.
What? Craft weapon
Nothing.
imbuement flasks.
Wait, I can get a lawnmower?
Yeah, you can get a lawnmower.
The fuck?
Mowing your lawn cutely.
But I don't have a lawn. I'm living on a beach. Clumsy Twink Nurse arc. I'd let Clover care for me. What the fuck?
Yay!
We've just established that I die on a regular basis, and if I don't die, I get sick. Like, I can't care for people.
You barely care for yourself.
No. Oh fuck, I had to like go to Deshaun because I actually wanted to like buy stuff. I wanted to buy ammo. Shit. I was blinded by the nurse outfit.
You're distracted.
There's something like, oh, I will say there's something wild about like just a zombie nurse. There's something
Mm-hmm.
good about that. There we go. Just give me a whole bunch of that. I want. Oh
Look
no!
at all
I
of
want.
my
I want this.
science.
All right, where are you? I'm coming to you.
I'm at my caravan right now.
Yeah. Do I have like a? Do I have a potion that just like spawns to you? Nope.
It's a wormhole potion.
Do I not have any more of those? I have a lesser healing potion. I have the peach.
They'll never find me.
I have nothing. Oh fuck, that's true. I have pineapple. How could I have 3 golden keys? What the fuck have I done?
Dungeon.
Probably. Okay, so if I put this here, this here, this here, this here. No, wait, no, nope, nope. I want that one. I don't want this, don't want this, don't want this, don't want this.
Oh, is that not working? Maybe I turned it off.
Maybe?
Beeper!
Oh, I have a recall potion. Oh, it teleports me home. Whatever.
Oh
Now this is
no,
the
Beeper.
tomboy trusts you trusts you to do well. Sure, sure, sure. Look, 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 look. Wait, Robin, why are you hidden? Oh fuck!
I'm invisible. Ooh.
What the fuck? But now we can't see your cute self. What the hell?
Whoosh. You can tell I'm here because
Oh fuck!
my summon isn't invisible. Yeah.
It's true. Also your name, but like, you know.
What? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Can't see my
Yeah,
own. I can't see my own name.
I just see Robin Sashiko just written and
Meow.
just
Oh,
going all across the
that
place.
ruins the invisibility.
No, the immersion.
Let's go to the right. We're gonna go into
Yeah.
the depths of hell. Well,
Oh, let's
almost
go.
hell.
Sounds like a great time.
Fairies,
Oh shit!
come back. Yeah,
Encounter a fairy.
the fairies live here.
Hey, I got
Come
an
back.
achievement.
I want to catch you.
Catch
No.
one. Oh, oh.
They're too fast. Okay, so we're gonna go down to here.
All right. Okay, let's see.
I'm in. This sucks. I'm invisible.
Oh wait, how far down are we going? Like just
Pretty
all
far.
the way down?
Yeah, all the way down.
Oh fuck! Something is.
Uh,
A corrupt
oh, there we go.
torch. Why is it corrupt? What the? Man, my torch is corrupt. What the fuck?
That's the torch god, buff that you got
Oh.
before. Turns all of your stuff
Oh, that's true. Right, right. I forgot.
into
Yeah.
biome related torches. Hi, Elmu.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow.
Wait, do it. Oh, fuck. My pickaxe sucks. What the fuck?
No, you have to use this purification powder to turn the corrupt stone back into normal stone.
Oh.
Or like, whoosh.
Ah.
I don't want to drown either. So we're looking at looking for these little orbs here, and we want to destroy 3 of them to spawn the boss.
Okay.
Gummy
I feel like I saw
Psycho.
one as well. Oh, yeah, hi, Gumi.
Gumi Psycho.
Hey, Gumi. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
Hi.
You were doing World of Warcraft? Really? Oh.
I got a musket. Want a musket?
Oh my god. Oh. Okay, okay, let's see.
Shotgun might be
the
better.
Hello Raiders.
Hi.
Welcome in.
I'm Gummy
My name is
Psycho.
Clover.
I'm Robin Sashiko. We kind of
Hey.
almost a similar last name.
Very close, yeah, actually. Psycho and Sashiko. Yeah. My name is Clover. I'm a former idol,
Hi.
currently undead, and I play cozy games and horror games. And today we are doing Terraria, and I think we are like finding an evil god or something again.
The Eater of Worlds.
The Eater of Worlds? What the?
This
Okay.
is kind of a big long worm.
So you're saying it's gonna be fine?
It'll be fine.
Get away!
It's our next step to victory, my friend.
Oh my god, it's gonna be great. What the fuck was that?
Eh.
Oh shit.
cobblestone
Oh fuck.
block.
Oh yeah, Gloomy. How was?
Let's go back up. Kind of sucks down here.
Oh shit. How was
Bit of a
how was
small
World of
one.
Warcraft?
Did you win?
Did you win? Yeah.
Win?
Wait, how do you win World of Warcraft?
Max out your gear. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't play World of Warcraft. Ow.
Eater of the stones.
No, don't eat the stones.
Eat the stone.
What
up here.
what animal was it that eats stones?
There's an animal that eats stones?
Was it like I think it was like a bird. It might be chickens.
Maybe?
They
That could
they
be
eat
it.
pebbles to help like grind up their food or something.
Oh, you're right. I know. Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
That's true. Oh, wait.
I'll be right. I'll be right there. I teleported home by accident.
Oh, that's why. It's like,
No,
I was kind of thinking like I was suddenly alone here.
I made a mistake.
It's okay because I have my boomstick and plenty of monsters, so I can keep myself busy.
You keep yourself busy. I fell
Yeah.
in a pit.
There we go. I didn't win, but met a very big lady and asked her to step on me. I mean, as one does. Oh, what's this?
Oh, goblin.
It's a goblin.
We want to kill a
Oh my
bunch of
God.
goblins.
Oh my god. No, I love goblins.
You love goblins?
I love goblins. Some of my good friends are goblins.
I do know a couple goblins.
Oh shit. Yeah. Goblins are always nice. Oh. Whatever
There
this
we
was
go.
I wanted.
There, it's a bit deeper over here.
Wait, what the fuck? Why did I get hit by something here?
I'm not really a goblin fan. Alright.
There's so many good goblins. There are. Like how? Like
Goblin D's, baby.
you know about that? Wait, what? No. I'm not saying something like that. That's mean. What the fuck?
What?
No, nothing. Nothing, Robin.
Nothing?
I was not.
Oh.
I was not alluding to your
Okay.
to your skills
Oh,
or
be careful.
proficiencies or whatever. It's okay. I have a nurse outfit and also I have
You have a
blank
nurse
carpet,
outfit.
so
It'll
I'm good.
protect you.
It'll protect me. Keep me safe. And a shield. Wait, how can I suddenly see what our coordinates are? Have I always been able to do that?
It might be one of my things.
Yeah, it might be because I'm close to you actually, yeah.
Yeah, some
Because like,
radar stuff is usually like if you're
Yeah,
near somebody
I
who
can
has
see-
that accessory, it works for you too.
yeah, because I can see the time, I can see how many enemies are nearby, and I can see how much damage. Oh,
Ball of hurt.
screams that go around.
There's another morning star thing.
Scream echoes around me? What the fuck?
Yeah, one more. Hold on, I'll get a rope down.
Okay, I'll just sit down here and
Yeah, you be there. You be a good boy.
it's okay, Robin. I'll wait here and I'll put the lotion on the skin.
It puts the lotion on the skin or else it gets the hose again.
Put the
God
lotion
damn
on the
it!
basket.
Finish it, fucking finish it!
Here.
Put the lotion on the fucking basket. There we
Okay.
go. God damn it.
Alright.
Oh shit. Ah, that's so good. Oh god. Oh, fuck, it's down there. It's coming right for me. There we go.
Here's Cooper straight first. We should try some. I'm gonna break this right away.
Yeah, just go for it. I am strapped up and ready to be him.
Are you sure about that?
I am so sure. I have an okay amount of whatever things, I
Okay.
guess. I have a little shark.
You do have a little shark.
I have like I have my boomstick. I have,
Yeah.
I don't know. I have you in a
You
second.
you have healing potions?
I have lesser healing potions, I think.
I'll give you normal healing potions.
Thank
Here.
you. Will they also like when I press H to heal, so it'll
I
take that
don't
first,
I
or
don't know what it takes from first.
we'll
I would
see.
assume it takes the
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what
Okay.
happens.
So I think this one likes having. You want a lot of penetration because it's like a bunch of separate parts because it's a long worm.
Oh.
But your shotgun should be good because it's pretty strong, probably against like one
Okay.
part. Okay, you
That's
ready?
okay. I have like, yeah.
Ready?
Go.
Go away. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I got a goodie bag.
Here we go.
Wait, oh shit.
Here comes the long boy, and they all split off into different parts.
All right.
Oh, he's dying.
Oh, I see.
Yippee! Blue
Okay,
moonlight. I love blue moons.
Oh, love
Hi.
blue moon. Blue moon. The sun is standing alone.
Ah, ah, ah.
Oh, oh my god. Like, this is,
No, it's almost dead.
yeah, it's kind of going like really well, and I'm not really sure how.
It's a little squishy, actually. Come back here, you.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I see he's
In a hole.
down there. Okay.
I don't want to be
they
down here.
are- Oh fuck! Wait, I can't get up.
Hold on. Ow. A fucking ankle biter.
Oh shit!
No! Grab it, grab it.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh fuck!
Get out of here.
Okay, last one, last one. It's right below us. Come on.
Yay! Good job. So we get the shadow scales from this guy, which goes along with the demon knight ore we got from the Eye of Cthulhu to create like the next tier of armor and like gear and stuff.
Like that. I need better armor and everything. Oh, also I saw I got a zombie first aid. Thank you.
We'll make you some.
There
See
we go.
if we can summon another one.
That's a good stretch. Oh god.
Big stretch for a big boy.
Robin, please. Oh god.
That's around then. Thank you for checking in.
Oh Robin, the way you.
What?
I don't know.
Rare.
There we go. Now we can see shit. Hey.
I love your torches. Oh, a fairy. What do you want, fairy? What do you want?
Fuck
What is it,
like-
boy? What is it? Wow,
There we go.
He's grooving. Yeah.
You just wanna like vibe with us, it seems. Yeah, what the fuck? Okay. Hi, Charlie.
It's a
Hi,
slime.
Yeah, it's a slime. We have
Slime.
not killed slime today, okay? Like, we've been very
have-
nice.
We've been very nice to slimes today.
Yeah.
Rash Band of
Marble
Star
Tools.
Power increases maximum mana by 20.
Oh.
I could. I don't really need it.
I mean, you got the mana build.
I do have the mana build. What does this mana cost?
Yeah.
More mana! How much mana do I have? I have 300.
What the?
Okay, keep an eye out for any more
Kill
of those
them all?
orbs. Kill them all, Clover.
What the
kill
fuck?
the slimes? Alright.
I still can't get the fuck out. Like,
I'm
Oh.
gonna go home and make you a grappling hook real quick.
yeah, I'll like, and then teach me how to use it.
Yeah, you just press E. E
I
is for
press E.
E
Okay.
is for egg. It has its own dedicated slot.
Oh, okay. Since Charlie shit, Charlie,
Topaz.
slime. Do I give off egg vibes?
Egg vibes? Do they know what that means?
I think, yeah, because slime is also
Oh, cool.
trans.
Got a
Oh fuck!
ball of hurt. And sand block.
I have been called an egg today, and I'm not sure how how I feel about it.
That's however you want to interpret it. Like, people can call you an egg all you want, but it's truly up to you what you feel like you are. Finally, someone else pointed it out!
Oh my god.
That's pretty good.
Okay, Robin, I will tell you though, like, I was called Unk at work.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah, who the fuck, like, it just goes like, oh my god, like, because, like, some of my colleagues were like, okay, but, like, how old are you, actually? Because they all, for some reason, thought that I was, like, mid-20s or something.
Yeah,
And
I
was
thought
like,
that too.
like, yeah, well, I was, like 34. And they were like, oh my god, you're so Unk. I was like, what the fuck? Who the fuck? Like,
who comes up with this shit?
yeah, who comes up with this shit? What the fuck is this? Like,
Here you go.
thank you. Okay, so.
There's a special slot for it.
Oh, I see.
If you hold it in your inventory, it should just pull up the equipment tab that you can slot your slime hook in or your hook into. Yeah, so it's not like an accessory you need to.
So, like, why do I have a fish here?
Fish? I don't know. Why do you have a fish?
Oh, equip your first grappling hook. I did it.
Yay! There you go.
I don't know. Yeah, why do I have a, like?
Oh my god, a burger! Ow.
Shark bait. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, it's your
I have shark bait.
yeah, it's your pet. So it doesn't take up space in your inventory. You have dedicated slots for a lot of stuff and equipment.
Right. Don't feel bad. I'm 25 and been called Unk. Oh my god.
What the
We are
fuck?
truly getting fucked by life.
It don't make no sense to me.
No, because you're like eternally young. Like, what the fuck? You have like that youthful spirit in
What?
you.
It's okay. It's because I didn't grow up very good. I haven't been taught how to do adult things very well.
Oh. I mean,
we're gonna go to a different corruption. We're gonna go. There was one on the left, wasn't there? No. No, it's in,
oh my god,
it's to the right of Purr's castle. We're gonna go over there.
help me, she left me.
Do you have a recall potion?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm left. Oh my god.
Are you gonna die? What are
Wait.
you doing?
Charlie, did you not like? Were you following me? What the fuck? I am upset.
Do you not have any recall potions on you?
I think I do. Give me a second.
If not, I can drop some off, I guess.
I got you.
I
No,
really-
no, drop them.
I really gotta find you a mirror.
There we go. I'm home.
Welcome home! Alright, from your house, you go left past the ice biome.
Okay.
Go this way.
I need to
I
like.
called Clover a femboy, which apparently wasn't. Apparently wrong. Yeah?
Well,
But he is a femboy.
yeah. Wait, what the fuck is this shadow helmet?
Oh, where'd you get that?
Did you give this to me? I got shadow scale too.
Oh, the shadow scales from the boss. Oh, that you know that might. Shadow helmet might be a drop from the boss. I'm not sure.
A zealous ball of hurt. That might be it, yeah. But like my ruthless
of hurt.
blue moon is worse. Unhappy tentacle spike.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
All right, I think I have everything I need.
Yeah, they're a
Yeah, I do.
femboy.
Yeah.
Why? What did you think? What did you think he was?
Wait. Yeah, Charlie, what the fuck? Like, like, are you just, like, are you just in awe of like me? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh boy. Ah.
Okay, so I'm at my home. Sorry, where was I going again?
Come to where I am, to the left of your house.
Oh, that's very far to the left of my house.
Or you could just. I don't know. Whatever way you want to come,
I'll-
I don't care.
Alright, I think the easiest for me would be to go to... Wait, do we not have a spawn point?
You reset it to your bed.
No, but like, oh, well, there we go. Alright, I'm here.
We're using your tree as the
Oh,
grass biome.
True. Alright, I'll make my way over to you. Let's
That's
see
a lot
here.
more
Clover
over
said he
here.
wasn't a femboy when I called him one.
Dreamliner, hello! I don't know why my raid alert doesn't play sometimes. So mean.
Aw.
So mean to me.
So
Welcome
mean.
in. Hello. For those who don't know me, I'm Robin Sashiko. The witch is here to make your night a little bit more frightening. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. Currently playing some Terraria with Clover. If you need a raid and run, go take a nap, go get a drink, whatever it is creatures do in their free time. If not, hang out here with me for a little while.
Yee.
Run and hide. Those goons are here. Luna said.
It's a good time.
This is a good time.
We love goons here.
Oh, a meteorite has landed. Yay!
Yeah, I saw it. I did see something that like fell out of the sky. I was like, oh, that's weird and different. I'll guess it's nothing.
Oh, was it in the background or something?
Yeah, it was in the background. Yeah, like I
Oh.
saw it like fall down. Like
I
when
didn't
I was
know.
coming to
I didn't
you.
know it did that.
Oh, it did. It was just like a giant meteor just fell down. I was like, what the fuck was that? Oh well, whatever.
Cool.
Apparently it was something.
Yeah, we can get meteorite shards, and we can make like an armor. We can make a laser pistol with it, and I think if you equip the
Oh.
armor, it doesn't use any energy. So you can just shoot it 5 ever. I think it's a strategy to use it against the next boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I am almost at your location. I think.
Yeah, I'm below you.
Yeah. Okay, I am.
Off to work now. Bye. Meteor armor, my beloved.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! It was you. Holy
Hi,
shit,
it's
I
me.
fucking
I'm scared.
immediately fired on you. Holy crap!
Repeat after me. I'm dead. Ugh.
Ugh. Oh.
I'm gonna need more
Okay,
more
let's see
powder.
here. Let's see here. Well, off to work now. Bye, bye, Charlie.
Yeah, I've
Have a
beaten
great time at
Terraria
work.
before. I haven't played it in like 2-3 years.
You can beat this game?
Technically, I mean there is an endgame boss, but like credits don't roll or anything. But it's the endgame boss.
Ah.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're going for.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, there's another one down there. I see. Okay. Oh.
But Clover and Purslane haven't played much of the game before, so they're new to it. Absolutely. And I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's totally new. Like, never seen it before.
I'm sure you've seen it, you just haven't played it.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Like, I will say though, I've barely, like, done anything, like, well, or like, consumed anything, like even people playing it.
Terraria
so, I'm
media.
very new to it. Yeah,
Alright.
but like, you know, like, I'm old enough to be of that generation where we just
Are you
watch
ready?
Let's Play stuff. Yeah,
Let's do it.
let's fucking go. Oh,
Oi.
shit.
Ah! Oh, don't be in the loop of it. Oh, it's surrounding you.
Oh, fuck.
Ah. Ah.
Alright. It's totally okay.
It's fine. It's fine. Who cares?
It's fine,
Whatever.
it's fine, yeah.
It's fine.
I mean, I feel like we're...
Ah!
I mean, this is kind of giving me the same as like the Eye of Cthulhu thing, which was like, kind of okay.
Yeah. I mean, we're decently geared enough for it.
Yeah. We're strapped.
We are strapped. And
Oh.
this book, like, it doesn't disappear once it hits it. It does, like, penetrate, so it can get, like, all the little bits and pieces off of this boss.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I want that.
I don't want to be in the hole anymore. Get me out of here.
Okay, come on.
Ow.
Where are you at? Come on. Okay, so we're there. Come on, up here, right here.
Come here, buddy.
There
Yay! Oh look! Oh look,
Yay!
a mask for you.
Oh, I got a mask.
Ooh, I got a goodie bag. You can open this.
Oh wait, I had a goodie bag. I think oh, you have to right click to open it. Oh fuck, I just like put it in a chest somewhere.
Oh yeah, you open it.
Right click to open. I got a cat mask, a cat shirt, and cat pants.
Kitty! Oh, lucky.
Do it.
Can I have it?
Do you want it?
I want it.
Yeah, it's for you. Yeah, come. It's for you.
Oh, no wonder. I keep switching my hotbar.
How do I... Like this?
Cat mask.
And like this? And like this. There you go.
Yay!
Fucking get back here! I hunger. There we go.
I don't really like the cat mask. I'll just be Kitty. Yay!
I mean, like, with your own, like...
If I can get some
as
dye for
weirdly,
it.
it's... Yeah?
Or maybe not.
mean,
It doesn't dye it that good.
Like, as weirdly as it sounds, like it looks fine with your normal face on it too, so yeah.
Yeah. I think we're just used to being furries.
Oh god, yeah. We're getting too used to it.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
Oh, there's demonite ore down here.
There we go. Robert.
What?
I am the eater of worlds. I'm dressed as the eater of worlds, but as a sexy nurse.
I'm just giving you all of the masks so you can be a little creature for a little bit.
I am I am the eater of worlds, but also a sexy nurse.
Yay!
Oh my god.
Ah!
It's kind of giving that I'm a mouse from Mean Girls.
Who?
Oh wait, you haven't seen Mean Girls?
Mean Girls. No, I have not.
The movie. Oh my god, there's like one scene where they go to like a costume thing, like it's Halloween, and like one of the girls was like really like a bimbo. She's wearing like mouse ears and and she's just in a skimpy outfit. And the other's like, what are you supposed to be? And she just goes like, I'm a mouse, duh, and points to her ears. It's so good.
I see. Put the cat stuff away for now.
There we go. All right, let's go. Wait. Oh, it's stuck up there. Come on. Come down here. Come down here.
Alright, I need to buy some more,
I got a boomstick with your name on it.
I need more funny powder. Makes you see things.
The fuck? Funny powder? What the?
There we go. Yeah, you know, funny powder.
Yeah.
Dryad coverings. Be extra skimpy like a dryad.
A dryad skimpy?
A little bit.
Ah.
I heard Bimbo Mouse, I've been summoned. God damn it, Flad!
Hi, Vlad.
Hi, Flad.
Wait.
I
don't have a
didn't know
burger.
you were considered a bimbo. I guess you are pretty dumb.
I mean, like, I feel like people call me a bimbo sometimes, or a himbo, depending on, like, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I really give himbo energy though. I'm like I'm not like.
You are a little like, oh, what's the word for it? I don't know.
Yeah, here's the thing, Robin, because when
Very
I think
humble.
bimbo, I think of like Kronk from
Oh,
Emperor's
yeah.
New Groove, you know?
Oh, yeah, I feel like
And
I'm kind of buff with it.
Yeah, it's like a himbo is like a big burly guy, but he's just also like, just kind of like no, just vibing. Just like, oh yeah, yeah, of course. Oh fuck, I'm stuck in a hole. There we go. I can't figure out this fucking thing.
Coming down.
Alright, I'm just
Ow.
walking around.
No
killing
bite.
things.
No bite. Ow.
Oh, I got a shuriken. Cool. Wait,
Shuriken.
I wanna keep going this way.
This is a pretty
they
long
call
underground
me-
tunnel.
You called me humble. That was kind of good. That was kind of nice of you. Yeah.
Kind of like my girlfriend, but she's not like. I don't know. She doesn't really like talk about loot stuff at all. Or there's like, I don't know, just kind of hanging out. You're just being yourself.
Oh, and that way. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't shy away from like loot stuff at all. But like, I think for me, like, I get like weirdly flustered about it. I think.
Yeah, I definitely get flustered about it in real life. Because like, I don't know, whatever, shut up.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like I have people, and like I love it. There are people that are just like,
Ooh.
I want to draw some not safe for work with your character in it, but I want you to like it, and I want you to have like have it be something that you're into. And I was like, what are you into? I was like,
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I was like,
Will we
I don't
ever
know.
truly know?
Can you just like make it hot or something? I guess.
Just make it hot.
Yeah, I was like, that's very subjective. I was like, I don't know. Just make it hot. Like like I don't know. Just like I like people kissing, okay? That's loot to me, I guess. Like,
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna set down another one. Are you ready? Another boss. Do it.
oh fuck.
Get me out of the water.
Wait, where am I?
Okay, Oh, I put my things away. Oh, I have pumpkins.
Okay, there we go.
Pumpkin power. Ah! No.
Come on, let's go. Woo!
Me and my pumpkin platforms. Ow, ow, ow.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Ow.
Oh fuck.
Kill him! Bees! I have bees too.
There we go. It's
that,
working, I
yeah, oh, the blender. You're doing.
Oh fuck, man. Yeah, that was. Ooh. I mean, that did something.
Me, son of a bitch. Blender. Yeah!
Okay,
Incredible.
that actually was pretty easy.
Oh.
Well, what did we get there?
I got another ball of hurt. You might like this little fella. It's a pet you can put over your shark.
Oh, I can put something over my shark. Wait,
Yeah,
give me
a
something?
new pet. Yeah, I gave you the bone thing.
Bone. Oh, eater's bone.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I put that down instead of the shark bait,
Yeah.
what am I gonna? Oh my god!
The little biter.
Look at the little biter. I thought it was a dangerous thing at first. What
No.
the fuck?
Nah, he's a little baby.
What the fuck? It's so cute.
It's kind of cute.
Kissing is hot, to be fair. Okay, good. At least I'm not the only one.
Ooh, ancient shadow greaves. Ow. Ow. We can probably get out of here now.
Yeah.
See ya.
Wait.
Haha, see ya.
Yeah, like you just fucking left me.
Yep. See ya.
Okay, how do I get home from here?
Ancient Shadow Helmet. Oh, I found the next part of it. Good.
There we go. Okay, so if I wait,
Now
where
it's a
did I put my
critical.
goodie bags?
I don't know. What did you do with it?
Oh, there we go. I have them here.
Trophy.
Swiftness potion, a lot of rope.
Whoosh.
Put the shark bait here. Death
Shark
weed.
bait.
Ooh, haha.
Oh, haha.
Demonic tentacle spike. Sick.
Ow.
Pumpkin platform. What the fuck?
I made that. Don't worry about
Oh
it.
my god. Karate tortoise mask.
Uh,
Oh my god.
it's
I
a
can be a
Ninja
Ninja Turtle?
Turtle. Yeah.
Okay, what's this one? I got rotten eggs, I think.
Yeah, yummy.
Oh my god. I could be a
Critical strike chance.
okay, let's see. Where where is where's Robin? Okay, where's my thing? There we go. Where I have to show.
Breaker.
The
Get rid of
peak.
that.
Alright.
Ooh. I
Robin,
have
Robin,
something for you too.
I have the best. There we go.
Oh my god.
I'm a section Ninja Turtle
You're a
nurse.
ninja cretin.
I'm
You
a
look
sex ninja nurse.
great. Nah, you look totally fine.
Yeah, you're into
You're
this?
good. Yeah, you're
Oh my
good.
god.
Oh, it's pretty good. Yup.
Look,
Do you have any more of those shadow scales on you? Or did you put them
yeah, I have
away?
62.
Give me. I'm gonna make you a new set of armor.
There you go. Here. But I'm a Ninja Turtle.
You can put your armor under your turtle outfit.
Oh my god, look at me. But I have a parka underneath.
I don't think that does
Weirdly
anything.
enough.
Here, I made you a full set of shadow armor.
It I cannot be frozen or
Ah!
chilled. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, what's that nightmare pickaxe? What the fuck?
I gave that to you. That's the next tier of pickaxe we need.
Oh fuck, that's so cool.
We need it to mine hellstone. That's the next ore we're after.
Oh, right. I get okay, I see.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, actually I need to just for a second I need to see. Oh my god. I look so fucking cool.
You look so good.
Thank
Gotta
you, Robin. You also look good. Oh my god, look. I'm I have like whoosh
Ooh,
lines.
yeah.
Look.
After images.
After images.
Yeah.
Woo. I'm so speedy. Oh fuck. Oh my god, that little fucking pet. I keep thinking it's me. Oh fuck.
Critical damage.
Also flat things kissing is hot.
I-
I feel validated.
I do like kissing.
Okay, like high key, one of the things that I'm into is like lipstick and makeup. I don't know what it is, but it's just
Oh yeah.
that's like I like that, yeah.
Wearing it or having like lipstick marks on you.
Both, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean like the first real like kinda risque thing that I had made, which was like my model parent who drew
Yeah.
me. I was like the main part wasn't that like I was nude. I was like I want the main focus to be that like I'm applying lipstick to myself. I was like because that's kind of like
Oh man.
I wanted that to be like the main focus. God, I'm so fucking like I don't know. Okay, like yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you're good?
I'm getting a call. Give me a minute.
Oh yeah, of course. Take your time.
Actually, I'm gonna go check on something real quick.
Yeah, no worries. We can. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm going to stand here and make sure Robin is okay and Robin doesn't get like died. Makeup is super fun. Makeup is really fun. Like I don't know what it is about it. Like I know for a fact like I like really I love makeup that is like brightly green
Whew,
or
right
blue
at
or
it.
something. Like not like a traditional color. I like purple as well. Purple makeup like purple eyeshadow. Fuck that shit slaps. That is so good.
Dude, I'll be real. I totally forgot I had a lipstick toggle.
Wait, I think I see it. Let me see.
How did I forget I had that?
What the fuck? Robin!
Mwah.
Mwah.
Wow. I legit forgot I had that as a feature. I thought that was just on my Riley model. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, your Riley model is also really nice. Yeah,
Mwah.
it looks really cute. I love that. Oh.
Thank you. Damn. Uh, I'm not
Okay,
smart.
okay, so somebody be really cool and like screenshot it for me for later, okay? Just like no, I mean what? There we go.
Lizard. Lizard, lizard,
Lizard.
lizard.
There we
Ink. No coat. Get rid of that. Just selling some stuff real quick.
go. Oh, do we have something interesting? Guide to critter companionship.
Lizard. Hi, Hypescotch.
Hi.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard ears.
we love
and a
lizard.
Tail. I love lizards too.
Lizard.
Okay, this is cool, but like I want to be a nurse again.
You want to come with me to hell? We are
Robin,
gonna go
with the
to hell.
conversation, with the
What?
conversations we've had, we are going to hell already. Like I
Yeah,
am
that's
there.
true. Yeah. You're so right. Come over here where I am and then go down this elevator I made.
So
It's
what
not
the
quite
fuck,
done
like,
yet.
Like, you're so fucking wild for just like go like I'm like, oh yeah, hey, you know what? I'm kind of into like lipstick, and immediately you're like, oh shit, I have a toggle for that. That's so sick.
Yeah. I don't know how I forgot about that.
That's so fucking like that's so.
How long has that been on my model? When did I get that added? Was that the last update or like when I first got my model? I don't remember. I don't remember. Probably with my doggy.
Maybe. But yeah, like Riley had it.
Yeah. Dear Kitty had it as
Yeah,
a toggle.
Hmm. God, I don't remember if I ever told you, but like I like Riley's design as well.
She's my favorite. I mean, she was my first
Oh,
Sona.
yeah. Just felt like I wanted to let you know, just in case.
Thank you. No, I like her too. She's my favorite dear kitty.
Yeah.
Dear kitty with the dear titties.
Oh my God, yes. I mean, pretty, pretty sizable, yeah.
We love. My
Any
ideal
more?
body that I would love forever. Ah,
Oh, wait.
trying to drain this water.
All right, there we go.
There
Oh
we
shit!
go.
Wait, what did you put up there? A fairy?
I got a bunch of fairy glow sticks.
Oh, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they're kind of cute.
Wait, why can't I? All right, I guess I can't. Wait, where are we going, Robin?
Down. All the way to the bottom.
Wait. What? But the bottom is so far down.
Yep, that's why we gotta
Oh,
get digging.
you're right. Do you need help? Like,
Yes,
can I dig
please.
too?
Yeah.
So like, we're kind of digging straight down. We're not supposed to do that though, right? Oh fuck.
Normally yes, but we only see in 2 dimensions, so it's not like Minecraft where we just can't see under us.
Ah. Because you
There's a
do
minecart
kind of
shaft over
see.
here.
Oh.
Whee! I have my party wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, go faster. Whee.
I guess Purr's been here already.
I think so, maybe. I feel like I remember Per having been somewhere like this. Why are you so fast? What the fuck?
I have a like the minecart you have right now is just like the default one you come with, but you can like
Yeah?
equip a proper made minecart that's less shitty.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
bought this one from the party girl. Wow, that's a long railroad track, huh?
Yeah, holy shit, that took
Wow.
us all the way almost over to my house? Holy shit.
Yeah, we could just make like a proper railroad system if we really wanted to, but that's a lot of work.
We could.
Just use this one we already have.
Ah, I'm hardly working right now. Welcome back, Charlie. Sorry I kind of missed you. I don't know, this game kind of makes me a little tunnel vision-y.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
When I play games like I don't know, like Overwatch or Rematch or something, where it has a like a HUD where like people are, I'm really bad at like map awareness
Oh.
because I'm too tunnel visioned on like what's in front of me instead of like glancing over at the mini map or something.
Right, exactly. Oh, let me just come down here with you.
Ah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Spider webs. Thanks for checking in, Flidarn.
Wait, can I? Why can I not put stuff here? Oh shit.
There's no wall in the background.
Ah.
It's just background, not a block or anything.
There we go.
Ah!
Oh fuck!
Lizard!
Oh fuck!
Lizard came out of nowhere.
What the fuck?
Where does this land? Oh, that's not good.
Oh.
We're gonna have to drain this lava if we want to go all the way down.
How are we going to drain lava?
Do my best not to touch it, but I might drain it to the right side over here. See that down there? Oh, that's silt.
There we go. Okay, what is in here then? Nothing. Oh, you are smart. Holy shit.
Yeah, I gotta be careful about it though, or else I'm gonna burst into mega moth flames.
Oh, we don't want that. That's the wrong kind of lamp.
Yep.
Oh, you just do it like that. Oh, smart.
Yee. Ah!
Clover, you're playing Peek with me on Thursday now? This is not a request? What the fuck? Yeah, well, fuck off.
Wait, what are you talking about? Playing Peek with me. Not a request. Can I play Peek? I wanna play Peek.
I mean, Thursday is my... okay, like, lovingly, nah, but like Thursday is my hard day. That's where I have my long shift and I'm
The
tired and everything. And like so Thursday is often a no-go for me, unfortunately.
Oh, that's Slime's fault then. Ah!
Let's see.
That's the
Wait,
TV,
why am
Robin.
I
It's kind of, cause it feels kind of funny in here.
the TV?
Yeah, they put me in TV timeout mode.
Oh, you're losing screen privileges?
No, I'm just like in a TV, cause it's funny.
Oh, okay. Robin can take your place. Okay. I mean, Robin is also very good at peek. I think the first
I'm
time
so
I
good at
peeked,
PM.
the first time I peeked was with Robin, actually. Why do I keep getting hit by something
There's a
here?
pressure plate right here.
What the fuck? And
I broke it. I took it off so
I
you don't get
kept,
shot.
I just, I don't know. Where am I? What?
What is happening?
I don't know. What the fuck? What is happening, Robin? Where are we going? Oh,
I told you we're going on a hill. I was just
but
trying
where is hell?
at the bottom, like I said. I was just
Oh,
trying to
so
get
we
the
just-
lava out of the way. Or just like building elevators. And we're back.
Shipton. Wait, Shipton.
Ah!
That was interesting. Who's this?
Traveling merchant.
Oh no. Oh no, you have like ice everywhere. Oh no. Oh, watch out, Robin. Oh,
Hmm.
there we go.
What are you doing? Jay, stop! You're harassing me.
Yeah.
This is Kibby harassment.
No harassment.
Maybe get rid of this lava. Here.
I just have to sacrifice Robin to the Slime Queen and you shall be free from peak responsibility, Clover. I don't have peak responsibilities.
There we go.
You talk like we have a child together. Oh, it's a green one. Green fairy.
Very.
So cute.
I am very spooky now. Look how spooky I am.
Wait, are you different than before? Or am I like?
Yeah, I have like visual effects right now. You can't see it on your end.
Oh, that might be.
The lights were turned off, and you could see how glowy I am. Clover, come help me dig.
Oh shit! But I wanna no wait, I'm hurt. I wanted to go in here and grab the things. Also, Dragon J, thank you for the follow. Oh.
Please. Ow. Freaking pressure plates.
There we go. See, silver ore. I got that.
Silver.
Silver.
We don't have a child, and who's driving the plane? Then where's
What?
the caveman?
Oh my god. See, here it is again. Like, Robin, I feel like you might be too young.
What?
But Airplane. Have you seen Airplane? Come on.
I don't know. Oh, fuck.
Like what is it like? Like, have you ever been inside of the cockpit before? No, sir, I haven't. Have you ever seen a grown man naked? Like, no?
No,
What the fuck?
I have not.
Oh my god, Robin.
I haven't watched a whole lot of like adult movies.
But it's not an adult. Wait. it's a classic comedy.
Man, whatever. What do you want, little fairy?
Robin, you're so lucky you're cute.
Is this a proper spot here?
Like, a proper spot? As in,
Oh, this is a proper spider's nest.
holy fuck. spider's nest? I don't want to be here.
I like that I can just use my cursor to kind of like
Wait, stumble into a
Scout
spider
out.
cabin in the underground?
yeah, spider cavern.
Holy fuck. Oh my god.
Uh,
All the silk.
yeah, there's like a fuck ton of silk down here.
Oh fuck, it's gonna be so good. Wait, where's the spider?
I
Wait,
haven't seen
all the
spiders yet.
cobweb. Robin, you may be too young, but have you seen Untitled Black and White Movie 3? That's what Clover sounds like right now. What the fuck?
Huh?
I don't watch a lot of black and white movies, okay?
I have not.
Not a lot.
Dynamite. There's a lot of gold here. We should get this gold.
What? Yeah, get the gold.
Okay.
I'm currently getting cobweb for some reason. That's the thing I want, I guess.
So much cobweb.
Oh my god. Well, that's because I'm moving out from my wife's house now. I'm moving in with 2 dudes at a beach.
What?
What?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't. I'm getting a new.
Talking about
I'm
a
getting a new
movie?
bed.
Getting a new bed. Sure.
Okay, like, okay. Maybe I watch a lot of movies. Okay, what about it? Okay, like,
Love movies.
I do actually love movies.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I got rope. Cool.
We'll keep an eye on this area later. We can come back and
Oh,
farm
there's a
farm
comfy bed?
spiders. Comfy bed.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a beach bed. Oh my god, I'm gonna make a palm tree bed.
You
I don't know
could.
if I can, but
You can. You can make
my God,
any.
can
You
I?
can make like everything.
I need a palm tree bed, and I need an
Help me
under.
dig
I need it
gold.
in an under. What the fuck?
Gold is so yummy.
Oh, this kind of yummy.
Oh, I see a merchant down there. You see that to the bottom right?
The bottom right? Oh, this guy down there?
Yeah.
Tom?
Hello, Tom.
Can we like get in there?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, spider. Wish.
Oh shit.
I have a stupid idea.
Yeah?
It's not a stupid idea. Ah!
Okay.
The geyser trap.
What the fuck?
He looks like a goblin.
Oh, it is a goblin.
Ah! Ah!
Tom, don't go.
I'm going there.
Okay.
He has
It has
a
rope,
strange
bomb,
brew.
purple counterweight.
Unpredictable healing.
Oh, that purple counterweight would be good for you. You have a yo-yo, right?
I do need a counterweight. Well, I thought I had one already. I'll grab one anyway. No, I won't. Okay, can you stay here with him for a minute?
Yeah, I
He
can
sells
be here.
something very specific that I want that's only during a blood moon. I want to see if I can go maybe start a blood moon.
Sure. Let's go.
Uh.
Just
I don't want him to die.
Oh,
There we go.
Jahaya, thank you for that. Welcome and thank you for the raid.
Hello, it's like in the middle of the day right now.
Silk? Fuck off. Hi, Jahaya. Welcome in.
Ghost raid. I gotta find that
Um,
summoning
hmm.
item. I know.
Let's
I'm
see,
pretty sure Purr found one.
I think so.
Yeah, it's like a
Hello,
blood
everybody.
tier thing to summon a blood moon.
Yeah. My name is. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Clover. I'm a former idol, currently undead, and I play cozy games and horror games. And today I'm doing Terraria with my very good friend Robin, who is also here and in the shared
Hello.
chat. So go and follow her.
Yeah,
Hey.
I'm Robin Sashiko, the witch who's here to make your night a little bit spookier. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer, and aspiring voice actress. Yeah. Hi. How are you guys?
An overall cutie.
Hootie patootie.
A cutie
I'm
pet.
just a little bug.
Also, you were playing. I see you were playing Silent Hill F. I don't even want to ask about it. I want to talk about it. I don't like. I am avoiding as many things as I possibly can with that game.
Fuck, I hope Purr doesn't have it on her.
go. Go unfollow her? Okay, Gloria got you. What the fuck? Go. I didn't say go unfollow her.
Oh.
Go follow.
Her streaming right now.
What the fuck?
She's betrayed us. I don't know what Per's been doing. Is she just like not doing collabs right now?
Yeah, I think she.
I thought she was
think,
gonna take a
I
break
think,
from streaming.
I think like I heard her just going like, hey, you know, like I might just like do some solo shit for a while. I was like, yeah, well, you know, fair enough. I've had that a few times myself. Like, there are times where I know for me, I'm like, hey, okay, like I've done a lot of like collabs and shit, and kind of
Yeah.
forgot about like myself, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
I mean,
let's
I
see.
do
No
plenty of
spoilers.
solo
It's fun.
stuff
Yay.
throughout the week.
I wish I did more sometimes. Let's see here. Make sure you do it twice. Yeah. I'm gonna go get dinner. Hope everyone in stream chat is doing well. Thank you, Chahaya. Get some good dinner. Yeah. And remember to follow Robin because Robin deserves your love and support because
Oh,
she's a cutie. Yee.
I try.
I heard you say go and follow. You can't trick me again. Charlie, you're not gonna be able to gaslight a gaslighter. I know what I said.
Hmm. Okay, maybe I don't have one. But
Lime Charmer is just upset because I alluded to the fact that she was a mistress.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those are good. Okay, well I can't summon a
Alright, I'm
blood
still here with
moon,
Tom.
unfortunately.
Tom is also Tom is still vibing, by the way.
I want to like
I'm already
message
following
Per.
Robin. Good.
That's
Okay.
that summoning item.
Hey, you got it on you, or have you checked my house, by the way? I mean, I
In your
probably
house?
don't have it. I probably
Look
don't.
yeah, it's not in Per's house. I checked our chests.
I mean,
I'm
I
already
don't think
following
I
Robin.
would have it.
Yay!
Good. Yeah, I'm not sure I would have it, but like, we'll see.
I'm just a little kitty.
Just a little kitty.
Man, your pronunciation's a mess.
Mine? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did have one little idea, which was I
Tentacle
wanted the
spike.
wardrobe to be
Oh.
like not just a mistress, your mistress specifically, Clover. True.
You're a mistress? Ooh. I've always wanted a mistress. Kinda.
Wow. Okay.
What?
I mean, hey, you know what?
They're cute. They're fun.
More power to you, Robin.
Oh, here's the rest of the powder you have. Had over. Oh, money trough. Where'd you have this? I want to keep
Oh,
this.
I've had that for like 1 or 2 streams, I think.
What the? This is a good item. You can actually just pull up your piggy bank wherever.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah.
I want to keep this on me. I'm stealing it.
Yeah, well, I looked at it and was like, I don't understand. I'll ask Robin at some point. Like, I never did.
You have a raincoat zombie banner. That's funny.
Because I killed all of them because I wanted that raincoat.
I love the raincoat.
It was so good. I can
Where?
also be your mistress. What?
My.
Charlie, get in line, okay? I was here first.
Clover was here first. It's okay.
See?
I don't even care.
What? Wow!
Yeah, I don't think it's you.
I laid my soul and heart bare for you there. Totally went completely. Hey, you know what? Like low key, high key. I'm here, and you just stabbed. You just stepped all over it.
Yeah, here's the piggy bank.
Oh, that's so cool. What the fuck?
So it's just like, if you want to put something away in storage or like save your money, you can do that on the fly.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh fuck. I have way too much shit on in my inventory. As good as Robin is at peak, there's no way she's good enough to balance me out. I tried, okay? I tried to
Look,
balance you out in peak.
I carried Clover and Peem. I think I'll be it. I think it's alright.
It was so good. I made it to the top. I was so happy. Like I had never seen the top in peak either. Like
I'm gonna drain more of this lava. Put it off to the right.
over here?
Yeah.
Alright, I got you. There we go. Am I even doing anything? I am. Good, okay.
Spider.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Later.
Wait, I can't. Oh fuck.
Alright, this may suck. Gotta be quick about it.
Rope, glow stick.
Run! Me!
Run!
Over musical hour. Huh?
No, no, it's not. No, it's not time for the Clover Musical Hour. That's later this month, I guess.
But are you doing karaoke this month?
I am, yeah.
Oh.
I'm doing an Idletober week
Really?
where I'm kind of like doing all of the stuff that like people have been like wanting me to do and just getting it over with like for 1 week straight.
That's
So
not a bad
I'm just, like,
idea. I don't know what people want me to do though. I think people have wanted me to try ASMR. I just don't know what,
Yeah, oh,
what I
like-
do. Ow.
Robin, I can't tell you on stream what I want you to do.
Oh.
I mean, what? I mean, what?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh god. Oh, that was so so bad. There we go. Okay, so
In a while to train.
let's see.
Come on, Grandma. Speed it up.
She does get me to the top. I will jump just to spite. Really? Like,
That's so mean. Why would you do that?
I actually like. I'm still missing that achievement where you get to the top. You get to the top with someone, but you don't make it off.
Yeah, you die.
Yeah.
Ah!
Like, oh fuck.
Ghosts
What
come
the
from.
fuck? Yeah, like it was just a little spooky boo boo ghost. Like, what the fuck?
It's spooky boo boo ghost.
Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of seeing how this works now.
I just like elevators because it's the quickest way to the bottom.
Yeah. Well, it is.
Man, that
yeah.
thing's getting full.
Oh shit, there's a lot. Yeah. Also, there's a lot of lava, and it doesn't really
That's-
look like it's putting down.
It is a lot of lava.
Yeah.
A lot of
See. I would have thought doing all the things people want you to do would be a bad idea. I've seen on the internet for a while. I've seen some things. Like, I'm not doing everything people want,
What?
okay? Like
The spider. I got an egg. fried
you got a spider egg?
no, a fried egg.
A fried egg from the... Wait, from the spider?
From the spider.
fuck?
Man, spiders are weird.
Wow.
They're out here cooking, I guess.
Spiders are weird. Are you afraid of spiders, Robin?
Not too much. Like, I've kind of learned to just, like, leave them be. I hate
Yeah.
stink bugs and, house centipedes more.
What the fuck? That sounds terrifying.
Yep. Not a fan.
Yeah. Look at how there's lava there. What? Wait, first my heart, then my jokes. Is there anything Clover won't steal? What? I said, like, I said your name. Yeah. Robin, Charlie was gonna, well, Slime was going to, like, jump, though, if you went to the peak with her.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the thing.
It just,
wasn't
means I
me.
can focus on myself more.
Yeah!
Like you. You can't bring me down, I'm epic.
Robin, by the way, I looked over for a second at your model and I remembered you had like lipstick on.
It's kind of hard to see from a distance.
It's a little hard, but like you know what? Get the no, Robin, please.
Mwah.
Why do I not? I need like a fuck. Where's my? Actually, I kind of have one here. Like
There we go. Finally.
there. That's the fuck. There we finally go.
Ah,
Just double toggle the love and air. That's exactly how I feel most of the time. This is the closest thing to a flustered clover you'll ever get. Like, well, this won't hurt us, right?
No, it's decorative.
Ah,
Okay, this is what I was talking about like last time when you were asking for a waterfall. So
Yeah?
up here you can see that in here there's like a source block of lava, but this is like a half block. So if I close the half block, shouldn't be shouldn't do that anymore. See?
oh right. Okay, I see. I see.
Or up here.
Okay. Oh fuck.
Oh, it actually makes running lava noises. I didn't even notice that.
Uh,
Cool. Scrimp check. Thank you for the follow, Slime Charmer. I got ads immediately after I said
Hey.
I'd steal her. Yeah, frickin' adds you. Adds you cutely.
oh. Teehee. It goes
Looks
to
like,
ad break.
looks like
all
there's more
cutely.
spiders over there.
Yes, that's treat. Oh, there are. There are a lot of spiders here. Oh, it's a big. Okay, okay, yeah, I see, I see. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, this is like a whole.
Wow, there's a lot of spider
Area.
stuff down here.
Yeah, holy shit.
And once you reach hard mode, enemies start to drop like I think new items.
Yeah?
I think spiders drop their little fangs, and you can make like a little spider summoner out of it.
Yeah?
So that's
Oh,
always
that would
fun.
be cool. That would be pretty cool, actually. There we go.
Pretty
All right,
neat.
I have a bunch of. I have a bunch of.
Aw,
stuff.
there's no spider chest in here.
There we go.
Sometimes there's a
Now I'm-
cobweb chest in the spider biomes.
Friendship ended with Clover and your friend is now Robin? What the fuck? You don't want to be friends with me?
What? You don't gotta do that.
What the fuck?
Am I just cuter? More fluffy.
I mean, you are more fluffy than me. I think you know,
Did
I
we
think
talk
you would-
about if you had a persona, what animal it would be? I think we did, didn't we? I don't remember what it is though.
I think we just realized that I would be a dog, like just
Dog
straight
boy.
up. Golden Retriever. There we go.
I'm a
Just
golden
a furry
retriever.
Golden Retriever. I am too.
I'm
Well,
a. You know how in Mario Kart they have like gold Mario Peach and then like pink gold Peach?
yeah?
I'm basically like a pink golden retriever.
Oh my god, I see it. Well, the thing is, like, I don't know, like, a lot of people tell me that I have Golden Retriever energy.
Maybe.
I don't know.
More fuck ass lava. Right. Hold up.
Oh, fuck.
Might be able to drain it to the right.
I did have, like, one colleague, like a work colleague that said that I had, like, French Bulldog vibe. I was like, that's fucking wild. What a thing to say.
Ugh.
Oh?
Oh no.
Ooh.
The silt. Hollow Knight silt song.
Silt song, god damn it. That is overflowing a lot, holy shit.
Same. Overflowing with moth juice.
Robin, please. You already know what happened with the Silkies conversation. We can't do moth juices either.
The itty bitty mothy silkies. Ow! Where the fuck do you come from? Fuck's sake.
Clover's government assigned Persona's a mole? A
A
mole? What the
mole.
fuck? Why?
Fucked up.
That is fucked up. Yeah, what the fuck?
The worst part of a elevator. God damn it. Worm.
Oh, oh shit.
Yeah, burn. Yeah.
I think it just, yeah.
Go down here. Should be close to the bottom. We can
Just
just
check
empty
the
it
map.
from there.
Oh, we are so close. Holy crap. Okay, let's just go a little bit further over here, yeah? Yeah, we good, right?
Drain
Yeah,
it
we're
later.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Oh, there's a minecart down here. What the fuck?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, down here to the right.
Hey.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh fuck. Wait, oh shit.
Whoa.
What the fuck was that? Wait, it goes all the way over here.
Yeah. Careful though. Don't want to go too fast or else you'll just plunge into lava.
Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely.
Oh, there's a mushroom biome over here. Cool.
Okay, I'll check over here.
Mushroom,
see.
mushroom. Badger.
Okay, the other way around. Oh, fuck!
Yeah. Oh no! Did you do the thing I just said not to do?
Maybe.
God damn it.
I tried to stop, but like,
It's really hard to stop.
it was hard to stop.
It's when you have a shitty minecart that it breaks worse.
Well, I did have a shitty minecart. Alright.
We'll get you a new
let's see.
minecart. I found a little house.
No, don't worry.
Got
about
any
it.
goodies for me? Oh, a cloud in a bottle. Maybe give this to Clover. Mate.
There we go. Oh, did I get a head pass? Thank you, Shay. Thank you for
Ah.
the head pass.
Freaking lava.
Call Clover a good boy. Do it yourself.
Good boy. Love it. Love. Oh, Clover's a very good boy. Lots of head pats and scritches and such.
Oh, Robin, careful. I'm not. Yeah. You're like I'm not above barking. You know, like I. Wait, where are we? Did I? Oh fuck! I walked right past it. Oh, it's that one right there.
So much lava. Why?
So if I move all the way down here, like this should take me all the way down to where we were, right?
Yeah, try not to break your legs.
I'll do my best. Rapidly approaching your your location. Just okay, like free falling down into like the center of the earth.
It happens. There we go.
Okay, I'm
Alright, the left
still
side's
far.
clear from lava death.
Okay. one.
I want to investigate that
I'll-
mushroom biome.
Totally fucking doing the same thing again, by the way, but like this time I'm not gonna go so fast. Anyways, the way I go. Oh, you're gonna go slime?
No,
I thought it was the
slime.
same. No, slime, stay with me.
No, slime.
Stay with me. Jesus.
What are you? Oh,
I don't know. Okay, like whatever.
whatever.
Whatever. Okay, like I didn't do anything.
Okay, still love you.
Totally didn't do the same thing like twice. I love you
You
too.
said you were going to, so.
No. Nothing happened. Okay, like no.
Okay, I believe you.
Good. You should. I would never lie to you.
Never ever.
Never ever.
Oh, okay. max
Oh
HP do
my
you have?
god. I don't fucking know. How do I see that?
Just hover over your hearts.
180.
180. Yeah, you need some more. I picked up a couple life crystals.
Oh.
I have like
Well,
300.
I'm rapidly coming to your location again then. Wait, when does it stop?
There's a bunch of heart crystals down here.
Oh. Wait, why are you to the side? Like, wait, what?
I went to the left of the railroad cart.
Oh, oh, ouch.
Traveling
Shipped on
merchant.
his back.
It's your boy.
Okay. Well, Shipton is new. I haven't heard that name before. Oh, wait. Okay, so...
I'll come to
How
you,
much-
don't worry about it. I'm just checking out this mushroom
like-
biome.
Oh, because I'm like down, I guess? Am I going the wrong way? I think I am. Oh yeah, I'm at the little house
You're a
now.
little far.
Oh, 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 oh. There we go.
Mineral generation. Okay. That should be
Did you
it.
open this chest? Yeah, you did.
I did. It had a
Okay,
cloud and a
sweet.
bottle in it.
Ah, well, okay. So nothing too interesting.
I really want to. There is a special item that spawns in like the golden chests farther down here, where it actually
Yeah?
grants temporary lava immunity, which is super good.
Oh, that is nice. We could use that.
I
There we go.
have multiple hearts for you. The beating hearts of the living.
Egg. Oh, I like that.
Your inventory's full.
How is my inventory full? What the fuck?
Get rid of some garbage. Ooh, you might like this too. I found some silver bullets apparently.
Okay, fuck these dirt blocks. Silt blocks as well. Okay, so I just eat them?
Yeah, just eat them. Yeah.
Okay, I have
280.
280 now.
Cool. Just one more below me. Let's get back to the track.
Wait, watch out. It like stops all of a sudden.
Right here.
Wait, how do I get out? There we go.
Clover heckin' cute. Clover is pretty cute. Very silly.
Ah.
You're so
Hi,
silly!
Mercury. No, you're cute. What the fuck? You're so silly.
Oh, there's
Oh shit.
get out of here. Oh, there's a unconscious man down there. There's a NPC. I think
Oh my god, let's...
I think he's the crossover NPC, where it's like a dungeon defender.
Oh, Ted. I hope you're okay. Let me give you mouth to mouth or something. Let's see if you can measure up. What? Defender's Forge.
Yeah, this is a tower defense like mini game. Like
Oh.
it's a collaboration character. So we we put down a crystal and then portals show up on the left and right side and we just have to defend it from taking damage.
Okay.
We'll do that later.
He also sells the beer.
Be careful down here. Oh yeah,
Okay.
there's lava directly below us.
Okay.
No, dead.
Ted the Tavern Keep. Oh my god.
Oh boy. Oh my god.
What the fuck? Robin is heckin' cute. Robin is really cute. Oh
I'm
my
just a
god.
little. Oh, don't stand on that.
But I wanted the...
You see, there's
what-
the red aura down here is what we're after. The hellstone. Standing on it will burn you, and I think destroying it will also spawn
Oh.
lava.
Okay. So how do we get it then?
Just kind of gotta be careful.
Okay. Okay, I'll see if I can maybe like,
Hellstone.
I don't know, save you or something.
There's a thing down there. I want that thing.
Like
the little house.
down here? In a little house, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hmm.
I think you could maybe
I have
like
bombs.
go in here.
I don't have bombs.
I have bombs.
Oh, you have bombs? We might be able to make like a big hole for it to go into.
Yeah, I have bombs.
God, there's so much lava. Can you throw a bomb down here, maybe? This hole.
I can try. How do I use bombs?
You just kind of left click and throw it at an angle. Yeah.
Like this?
Yeah. Ah.
All right, cool. And,
Ah.
and again?
Ah.
Oh, are you good?
Yeah. Hold on to it
You're
for a minute.
okay?
Yeah, I'm just on fire. Don't mind me. God, there's so much. Hell sucks.
you
There's so much
okay?
lava.
Yeah, I can't believe that hell would suck.
Hell sucks. Best way to do this. Oh wait, do I have silt? Ash.
Should be a preacher. Like, could you imagine just going to like a sermon and someone's like, "Hell sucks. There's too much lava.
How much lava?
Don't go there.
Alright, I'm gonna
Just
take.
don't go there."
Hey, stop it! I'm gonna take one for the team real quick. Ow, ow, ugh!
Robin, no!
I'm draining the lava so we can get in there.
There's a fucking demon.
Kill the demon.
I killed it.
Ouch.
Okay, so like,
Get a little bit of hellstone.
oh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretchy noises.
Hydrate yourself.
I will, thank you. And also a good stretch.
Oh,
Oh
the
my God.
traveling merchant.
Oh god! Oh,
Keep-
oh fuck!
Oh fuck.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Yeah, I actually like I hit my shit like the lower back. I felt something there. Holy shit!
Something awakened within you. Ooh, these pink potions. Restoration potion.
I mean, I can't. I can't be weird. Like I can't be weird. Like I don't know. Like I can't. I was not about to say you awakened something in me. That would be fucking weird.
I don't blame you. What?
I mean, okay. To be fair, you are wearing the lipstick. Okay, like.
I am wearing lipstick. I think
just Robin. No.
I think I have like a
I was-
purpley black lipstick in real life. I don't wear it super often though.
Okay, Robin, respectfully,
But
I think you should wear it more.
you're right. I just don't get out of the house very often, so I don't really get myself purdied up.
Well, okay, respectfully, Robin, just get purdied up in your house, I guess.
You're so
The
right.
worst part is like it fucking like the purple is so good. Like some of my favorite idols have been like their idol color has been purple. So like, I have like a special. I have, like
Purple.
I have like a special little like connection to purple. Out of my way, headband. Oh, and the zombie first aid, really? Again? Hmm. So if we, yeah, drink it straight.
Ow.
Thank you. I'll make sure to look after myself. Thank you.
Thanks.
And the zombie first aid. Okay, let's get. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh, that's good. Okay, there we are.
Get out
There
of
we
here.
are.
I'm draining down some lava. Probably a bad idea, but whatever.
Can I?
The elevator must be complete.
Wait, what's this down here? this a thing? I don't know what that is. Can
What the?
oh? Oh fuck! Wait, why is there suddenly fire? Like an actual lava?
I'm still draining it from up above.
Robin,
What's up?
I'm inside.
That's fine.
No, it's not.
Give,
It's getting close to me.
give it a minute. It's almost done draining. Ah! Fucking Tim, get out of here. Oh no! How'd that happen?
Oh fuck! Oh my god!
How could this happen?
I don't know. Like suddenly, shit just started like appearing, and it got higher and higher. I don't know how, but like it did.
Damn.
Let's see.
I think I see diamond.
Yeah.
Diamond.
Diamond.
Well, back down we go.
Okay, so okay,
Bye.
I have. I do need to actually like. Okay.
Oh.
Can I make something like
Ow!
a statue? Cool.
How
I
rude!
can make a jack-o'-lantern
Yeah, you're gonna make a pumpkin.
and pumpkin wall. Cool. And a pumpkin pie. Wait, I don't want that.
Oh, I don't want
So Shay,
that.
how are you? Okay, let's see. There's my wedding dress and okay, this is not the one. Okay, there we go.
We can always expand this business later.
Wait, how do I make a chest again?
Uh,
Wooden table, workbench.
ah!
Robin, how do I make a chest again? I forgot.
Wood and iron. But you could also just steal it from somewhere.
Yeah, I could. I thought for sure I would have iron though. Guess not. I didn't?
It's wizard time! I got a wizard
Oh,
hat.
yay! Oh, I fucking love that. It'll. Oh my god, it looks so perfect on you.
Yeah. I stole it from a wizard's corpse.
As one does.
One does. I found it on a skeleton.
That's such a D&D thing to say. Where did you get that hat?
I found
Found
it.
it. On a dead body. So you stole it? No. Found it.
Oh my god, Pinky!
Where the fuck is my iron?
Ate it all.
I know for sure that I have iron somewhere. I'm losing my fucking mind here. Tin bar. I don't need a tin bar.
There we go. Alright.
Why do I have so many chains though?
Did you turn all of your iron into chain?
I don't know. Hopefully not. Okay, what about in the wardrobe? Oh my god, why do I have so much tin ore.
Fire blossom. All right, we're all set with the smell elevator.
Oh, this elevator.
Yep. Oh, a hell forge. We need that. Give me that.
Oh,
Hell forge is the upgrade of our current forge, where we can
yeah.
smelt down the hellstone we get down here. Shoo!
Shoo.
Wizard. The wizard lizard. Ow, ow.
Any iron bar.
We should get some obsidian. There's a special item that prevents like fire damage, so we could stand on the hellstone without just catching fire.
Oh, that would be smart. That would actually be super good.
Okay. I got it. I will attempt.
You're so good.
We just gotta. It's simple. We just gotta mix water and lava, just like Mothcraft.
Easy. Easy peasy.
Gotta find a source of water and lava and then get to schmixing. Where is a good spot? Oh, there's a spot right there.
Oh, wait, that's good. Could definitely use that. Alright, there we go. And how do I remove...
Carefully removing your bone.
How do I remove a... Shit, is it the pickaxe? It is, okay. Oh, fuck.
Here's a good spot for obsidian.
And then we put this in here. Wait, no we don't. There we do. There we go. Then we grab this chest. We put it... I don't know where we put it. What the fuck? What am I doing?
What are you looking for?
I'm just... I needed another chest. Oh, shit.
Oh, they're throwing a
Derek,
party.
Nathan and you are throwing a party. Jolly Jamboree.
Yay!
Oh my god, there's like confetti and shit. What the fuck? Oh, and they all have party hats on.
Party hats. Please don't drown.
Shoot. Wait, are they like the people that like live in the ice world thing?
Maybe.
Yes, the party girl.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. If I take this, no code here. Ancient shadow helmet, 6 defense, 5. 6 defense, 5. Okay. Put this here, take this out. Alright.
Alright, I have
Think that
100 obsidian. We'll probably need a lot more
Yeah?
later. Because I think we need obsidian to go with the hellstone.
Mm.
Replacing this forge with the hell forge. Perfect. Alright, I made an obsidian skull for the both of us.
Oh, thank you.
Immunity to fire blocks.
Thank you.
Gotta remember to equip it. Pick up range. Mana. Oh yeah.
Okay, so this would go. this one down here will just be
Hairpin.
like wood, dirt, silver ore, sandstone. Okay, no, wait. Sword inventory. Thank you. That's what I want. It's getting a little, I don't know. I'm shit when it comes to like figuring out inventory and stuff.
That's okay.
Wait, what do I have over here?
Yeah, now I'm a witch. I got my black robe.
What are all these arrows that I have? I don't use bow and arrow.
You probably just picked them up. You can sell them or trash them or whatever. Whatever.
There we go. I want this as well. I mean, I would like the silver bullets. Those are cool.
Yeah, I don't know where I found those.
Hi.
Put this here. Hi.
Skull
Oh.
is for you.
Fuck, that is so cool.
Does look kind of cool.
It does,
Zach!
yeah.
Hi, Zach! The derp's coming. Take over. Hi, buddy. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Hello, everybody. For those who don't know me, I am Robin Sashiko, the witch who's here to make your night just a little more terrifying. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. I'm currently playing Terraria with Cloversong,
Yay.
the silliest boy.
The silly boy.
Silly boy. If you have to raid and run, go take care of yourself, go get a drink. If not, hang out here with me for a little while. Thank you. What were you up
It's
to?
a nice cozy time.
Playing some Deadlock. How was it? I know it's gotten a bit of update and content recently. I remember playing that with you and Colo. I think it was you and Colo forever ago. Big updates. Looks very different now.
Oh.
Oh. Maybe I'll check it out again. It was okay. I'm not the greatest at MOBAs, but it's a different kind of MOBA that's pretty cool.
Oh.
I played a lot of Smite back in the day. Back in the day.
I remember Smite.
The Gargoyle Girl? Yes, I remember. Did she get a redesign? They made her cute. Yeah, they also added like a little
Oh.
librarian and a snake girl or something. Match
that
the
sounds
porn
good.
of made of her? Really?
Oh.
No way. I should check that out. What's her name? Ivy?
Minecart mount.
Ivy Reed.
Wait.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, they did make her a bit more cuter, didn't they? That's great. She looks like her porn now.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not complaining, of course.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait.
The devs know their audience. Specifically Ivy's audience. Did they ever design other characters, or was it just Ivy?
Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, too far. I'm gonna go find more. Oh! I'm gonna bring my shadow key with me.
Yeah.
Hell has shadow chests, which are locked with the shadow keys. I don't remember if you have one or not.
I don't have a shadow key. I don't.
I
think
have
so.
another one. I'll give it to you. And they're not
Oh.
single-use keys. The shadow keys you can just keep using.
Oh really? Oh, okay. That's nice. That is good to know.
Yeah, so I'll give you a key.
Robin, look, I have a new face.
I like your new face. Bye.
Bye.
the
Wait,
mouth smaller on one character, then bigger again. Why? What do they think
Okay, so
they're
we're,
doing?
we're going back down.
Yeah, I'm going back down.
Okay, I'll worm hole to you in just a second, so I can make sure I have some stuff with me. All right, Deshaun, tell me some shit. There we go. Okay, I do have like a frenzying musket. It's just like
I think I gave that to you. You don't have to use it. I think your shotgun's better anyway.
yeah, well, it has like 28 range damage and 26% critical chance, but it has minus 16 damage but plus 16 speed, so it's fast, but it's not that like.
Right, yeah. Probably the modifier.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Let's see. Why do I have so much shit on my hands? I really need to like get everything out.
Oh.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah. Hell is dangerous. It sucks down here.
Hell is dangerous. Caitlin, get the fuck away from my chest so I can like open it up. Like, just walk off, thank you. Let's put this away, put this away, put this away. Put this away, this. And then let's sort the inventory. Let's do the recall potion here. And this one here.
I never did give that pistol to her. Maybe I'll just make it for her.
Oh, true.
We can
Alright,
we can craft the pistol with hellstone to make like a hell pistol or something.
That would be so cool. Oh, oh my god, where the fuck are we?
Where do you think we are?
Hell.
That's right.
Where I got
We're in
you.
hell.
Oh my god, we are truly in hell. We're femboy hell.
Femboy hell. I'm not a femboy. Well,
I'm a
maybe
femboy.
I was before I transitioned. I don't know.
Oh? Pow wow. Thank you for the follow.
Oh, we gotta be careful not to accidentally like. Is that who's he carrying there? Yeah, grab that. Okay.
Oh,
So there's an occasion.
in a bus summoning?
Yeah. There's an occasion that a demon's holding a little voodoo doll of the guide. That's our
Oh, yeah,
ticket to
guide
summoning the wall of flesh, which is the kind of the middle boss for
Yeah?
starting hard mode.
Oh shit. Okay.
So we gotta just hold on to it, and make sure that the demon doesn't drop it into lava, because that's how you spawn it.
Okay, okay. How do I get this thing here, by the way?
Pickaxe, little painting. Ow,
Living gore. Perfect. I love it.
ow.
Oh, yeah, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You need help?
Powwow. Hi. Hello. Yeah, Zach.
what's-
Zach, what have you been up to? Oh, there's another one. Oh fuck.
Oh shit.
Freaking go. Ah.
Oh.
Ah, I got it.
Oh, you got it. Oh, you're so good.
Why
Oh,
died?
fuck.
I died of fire.
Oh no. I got you. I got your thing. Don't worry about it. I got you. Oh, we truly are like right at the bottom. Holy crap.
At the bottom of the world.
fuck. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mm. Robin Sashiko has burned to a crisp.
F.
October 14th. F's in chat.
Hi. Oh God.
Oh. I'm sorry, are you okay?
Just on that little platform right there.
Holy crap.
Perfect landing. I meant to do that.
Oh yeah, you crushed it.
I crushed it. Go away, demon hellspawn! You do not belong in this world. You don't belong in this world, monster.
Wait, I hear something. Is it? Oh, it's a demon. Okay. Oh fuck. There we go. Where's my boomstick when I need it?
Oh, what'd you do with
Demons
it?
are right up. No, I have. Well, I have it here. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, Robert, I have a question.
What's up?
Since we were talking about femboys and everything,
Sure.
like,
Ow.
have you had like female-leaning features even before transitioning? Is that okay? Is it okay to ask something like that?
No, that's
Like,
fair. I know some trans girls were probably identified as femboys before they realized they were trans. I know my friend Violet was, or Avano.
yeah.
Yeah, they were a femboy for a while, and then they finally, like, it was the same thing as you. It was like they were a femboy, and there's like it's just a matter of time that they come out as a girl,
Okay.
or that they
Yeah.
figure out. But yeah, like they were a femboy for a little while, so I think I probably had a bit of femme features. My hair was always really nice and rather long, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
My voice wasn't super deep. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I think
I never
not sure,
considered
I guess.
I've never considered myself that, but it's not too far off, I guess.
I'm just thinking like sometimes I guess like some people might be more androgynous, I guess, just in general.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, like it's just
No, I get you.
I don't always know what is like okay to ask when it comes to like trans.
I guess it
people
depends on
and
the
everything, but I'm
depends on the person. But
well,
I don't see why. Like I think that's the problem with society these days is that people don't really understand trans people because they never really ask questions.
yeah, true.
They're not like cultured in the subject of the topic. They don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure.
Like I know for me, like well, like that's for example, like the reason I ask you or Per or like other trans people that I know, like I wanna
Some people don't.
know more.
I know some like don't see themselves as like trans girls. They just see themselves as girls, and they don't. Maybe it's a little more of a personal subject that they don't want to talk about being trans.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
Okay, yeah, I get that. Like it is like a transition, and it's something it's a goal you strive towards. So it might.
Yeah.
Like, I know for some it might be a little like how do you say, like it would maybe be to like diminish it in some way, to like for lack of a better word and in quotations, just be a trans girl or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Either be a trans girl or you just be a girl. You're a woman. You don't need to. But that's it. No more conversation. Like if I wanted to, I could just not tell anyone I was trans, and I guess they'd never know. And it's just okay. But
Yeah, I mean, I told you, I didn't know.
I think it's nice to be honest about it, unless you're in a bad part of the planet or in a bad household. Then you probably wanna keep that close to you.
Right.
A lot of these. Get out of here. Ow.
Yeah,
Ow.
like holy shit.
Pretty bag.
There we go. Oh, Shay. Hi, Shay.
Ooh, I got wolf attire. I think you'd like to be a wolf, would you?
I'd like to be a wolf, I guess. Yeah.
You wanna be a wolf?
I want to be a wolf.
You be the wolf, I'll be the kitty.
Wait, does this mean that I... Oh my god, yes. I can finally get this stupid fucking mask off.
Yeah, you got that nasally trans voice flat. The voice is the hardest part for a trans girl, because I believe with trans men, their hormones actually do change their voice when they take their hormones. But trans girls don't. That's why they have to go through the voice training.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird like that. And trans girls kind of go about it different ways. Like some know how to do it properly, some kind of do, some kind of don't.
Mhm.
It can be hard. So, and some people just don't voice train at all because it's like, what's the point? Sometimes.
Oh. Well, again, like I want to ask you, but I feel like I'm being rude or something. How about you? Like, are you like
What?
how natural is your voice like currently, like right now?
I never. Oh my god, I never took any official like, lessons. I didn't get anybody to teach me or anything. I mean, I looked up some like little tips and tricks for a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think I mostly got my voice from just like doing cat noises and streaming a bunch to work on my voice.
Ah, right. Yeah.
But I don't think mine was like super deep beforehand anyway.
Okay. Huh. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah. I like I like your voice. That's just like you know.
Yeah.
It's one of my
I
favorite
still
parts.
feel like it's weirdly inconsistent. It's like, oh, I kind of wish I went through voice training because I still feel like it kind of sucks. But that's also just me not really enjoying myself all that much, not being super confident. So I don't know. Maybe it is good. Maybe it isn't. But everyone says it's pretty good. It's like, that's cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean,
I won't say you're wrong,
like-
but I won't say you're right either.
okay.
But I'll appreciate it's a compliment. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I struggle with my voice. Well, Shay, I mean, I like your voice, Shay, too. Like, I feel like you have a nice voice. I don't know. It's just
Oh, go away.
I don't know. It's actually been like it is kind of wild actually. Like I feel like in the last like year or so, I've met so many trans people.
It's becoming really like common amongst people. I don't know why either, but yeah. It's that time of year, they're all starting to come out.
I mean, I'm happy. I think it's cool.
It is
because I
cool.
also like I get to I get to meet new people. Like that's one of
Trans
my
people
favorite
are
things. I
some of the
love meeting
coolest
new
people.
Yeah.
It can also be a little tricky. It really depends on the person. I know there are some trans people who make like being trans kind of their whole identity, and that's where the bad blood kind of comes from, I think.
Oh.
I don't know, some people can be kind of violent about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't know. I
But-
think
gives a bad taste in people's mouths.
See, I think that might also maybe not like consciously, but like subconsciously also be why I keep apologizing like when I ask you or per anything.
Yeah, because you
like,
never know
about-
how they're gonna
Right.
react.
Yeah, and I don't want to offend, of course, because like that's not how I am, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for some reason.
Well, I'm sorry. Like it took like a kind of a
That's okay. I don't like. Again, I don't.
heavier subject. Or
I don't
something,
mind.
or
I don't
like-
mind talking about it.
All right. Well,
I
I
like-
appreciate that.
I like answering questions. I'm not very good at asking questions, but I'm chill.
Yeah.
I'm
mean,
just
like,
I'm just
it-
hanging out. I'm vibing, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think of it as
Okay,
I don't think of it as too big of a deal. It's like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, like I think that's also like I've I felt that a lot, like just talking to you, like it's just
You're
it's not.
learning.
Yeah, I like learning. I mean, I was a teacher after all.
Teacher.
You know, actually, one of the things that I very heavily considered doing as like as a special course that I could take.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to actually wanted to do sex ed.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because I think it's an important subject, and it's important to like have young people learn about you know like sexual education.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be.
But
I
I've
remember taking
also
that class where they separated all the boys and all the girls into different like rooms, and then we watched videos on that stuff. I remember that.
true. Well, I think here at least in Denmark, there's been a lot more like it's been outsourced a lot to like um, what is it called like volunteer groups and everything.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are very like pro LGBT, for example.
Sure.
So that's a lot more about like learning about like gender as a spectrum or
Hmm.
yeah, like
Yeah.
stuff like that, or different sexualities. Like you don't have to be like.
Yeah, I don't know if schools would teach that. They
Well,
should though.
well, well, Robin. Here's the thing. There are there are a few times I feel like where the schools I worked at would be like, we need to like rein in Clover because he's like making little anarchists in his in his classroom.
Hey,
I don't
there's
know.
a
There
shadow
are
chest over
times
here. Do
like,
you want to open it?
oh, sure, I'll open it. Is it the one right down there?
Yeah. If you have your key on you.
I do. Okay,
Ta-da!
it has a murderous flower of fire. There's a treasure magnet. There's hellfire arrows. There's
Ooh.
an invisibility potion, a gravitation potion, a torch, and gold coins.
Cool. A fire flower sounds funny. I think it is just like
I'll
a Mario fire flower. Let me see.
I'll grab it all. Oh, sorry.
Ah!
Wait. Do you want the flower? I'll give it to you
Ooh! Cascade.
if I
Never
can make it
mind.
up.
Can I see the treasure magnet?
Yeah, yeah. I'll. Oh,
Whatever
shit.
the accessories you got.
All right. Let me just treasure magnet. There we go. Here.
Increases pickup range for items. Oh, that should be good for this area actually, cause
Oh, and
ow,
oh,
ow, up.
here, you can get this one too. That's for you.
Yay! Yeah, it's
Um.
like it bounces.
Yay.
Yay!
Oh, that's cool. I like that. I also am mostly in the closet because of my old school Catholic family.
Oh,
Really?
oh, this is perfect. An obsidian skin potion.
Oh.
This is what we need for this area to immunity to lava. That would be great for
Oh, yay.
mining the hellstone.
Oh, that's gonna be good. Oh, fuck. Look at this fucking shit. Oh.
Hellstone brick. Yeah, you'd set on fire if you stood on this stuff.
Oh, but because I have
Ow,
the
Obsidian skull.
wait. Oh, right. I totally didn't realize. But yeah, Shay, I thought you were out of the closet, like just in general.
Ooh.
Oh, did you
Flame-
find something?
A little flame lash.
Wait,
Oh,
what's that
it's
down
like it's like the magic missile, except it's fire.
there? Oh, cool.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, Robin, the room below me, like right to your right.
Yeah.
Is that a bed in there?
Yes. That's decorative lava. It's hard to tell if it's decorative lava. Hold on. Yeah, you can go in there.
All right, cool.
I know, it's hard to tell.
There we go. I want that obsidian bed. Yes.
Oh man, I can get so much with this. Okay, I got you a Hellstone forge for yourself.
A what?
The Hell forge. You can replace your normal forge at home with it. And it does
Oh.
the same thing, but it cooks Hellstone.
Oh shit, don't mind if I do then.
Here.
There we go. A whole forge. Oh, I love it. Love it. Oh my god.
Running low on blocks.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. There we go. Okay, Robin, new question.
What's the question?
What's okay, like what's up with Ren fairs?
Ren fairs? I've never been to one.
You seemed like the type that would be though.
Boy.
Like you have that vibe down.
I mean, I'd like to go. I don't know. I like D&D.
Yeah.
I think it's a D&D thing, or is it just like a medieval thing?
I think it's just like a
Bit of
medieval thing,
both?
yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
yeah. Like there are people that like get really into it, for example, and like do a whole
Hi,
like,
Colo. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Colo.
Oh my god, more demons!
Yeah, I'd like to go to a Ren fair. I'm not sure who would go though. I think Draco
I would
Shroot
love-
goes to a Ren fair.
I would love to go to a Ren fair.
I don't even know like where you'd find an event like that.
Like I know here in Denmark, for example, we have like medieval fairs, you know, like
Oh, goodie bag. Yeah.
where people would like come, but it's also like kind of both like medieval, but also because we're Danish, so there's also like the whole what is it called, like
Ow.
Viking thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have that as well. So
Sick,
it's kind of a mixture. Wait, what the fuck was that? What did I kill? Oh yeah. I don't know, I just had a feeling like because you have the whole like
I've never really cosplayed before. I want to though. I just, again, not very confident, and I don't know what would look good on me. I actually want to get my hair. I want to get my hair cut soon, and it's like
Yeah?
I've been thinking about like wanting to maybe try a different like hairstyle, but I don't know what I'd want or what I'd look good with.
I mean, Robin, I don't get. I can just go like, tee hee hee, you look good in everything, but like, yeah, I don't know. I think you could rock I think you could rock a lot of different hairstyles.
Yeah, I don't know what would look good.
I don't know. What would you like? Like, do you want something like shorter? I think.
I don't know if I want short hair for myself. I'm kind of like a medium hair kind of gal. Like the longest my hair's ever gotten is like specifically titty length. I don't think I've gotten it farther than that.
Oh. I think you could look kind of cute in like a bob or something.
Bob cut, no.
You know, like a cute little like just above the shoulders kind of thing. Like just. I don't know. I think that would be adorable.
Yeah.
Oh, like an old like an old like 60s haircut, like a short one. I don't know, like I don't know.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
All right, good. Okay, so like the the vibe, the vision, and everything.
A friend reminded me about like a wolf cut.
A wolf cut, yeah, I was about to say the wolf cut too. I feel like that has been really popular lately.
I think so too. I'm out
Yeah.
of building material. I'm gonna teleport home.
All right.
I will come back.
Wait, what the fuck? I'm here alone now. Oh shit.
Bye. I've left Clover alone again.
Oh my god, I can't believe you.
Bye, Clover. Bye bye.
We have both a Ren Fair and a Viking Fair. Really? Like you like differentiate them? Huh.
Yeah, I don't know there's a difference.
Oh fuck.
Oh no, I leave you alone for 5 seconds.
I died to a Hellbat? What the fuck?
Ponytail with each of the strands on each side. I like I've always been a ponytail fan, but I don't know. I'm kind of growing out of it. I have I like an over the shoulder ponytail though. Like I put it in a ponytail, then I like pull it down a little bit to like the left side of my shoulder, like a little bit above my
Oh,
shoulder.
like the like the anime mom haircut.
Is that what? What do you mean?
It's the anime mom haircut.
Is that the anime mom haircut
Yeah, you know, like all the
hairstyle?
anime moms, they have like a low ponytail and it's over the shoulder and they all die.
What
Like
do you mean they die?
that's the dead mom
No, it's
haircut.
not.
It totally is. Fucking look it up. Google it.
What the fuck?
Like Google anime mom haircut. Like the
All right, hold on.
dead anime mom haircut. Hi Nova.
Anime mom hairstyle.
I need to actually look like see if I'm not crazy. Anime mom hairstyle. There we
You
go.
might be correct. The hair of death.
Yeah?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
The hair of death.
Why?
There we are. It was just like you said, like the low ponytail over the shoulder. It was like, oh fuck, yeah, I've seen
I
that so many
like
times.
it.
I mean, I'm
Anime with a
not
lot of
saying
dead
it's
moms.
bad,
That's crazy.
but it's a dead mom haircut.
Why? I have a pretty good build for getting this hellstone, so I don't actually have to go in the lava. With that treasure magnet, it increases pickup range for items, and I also have the extendo grip, which increases tool placement and breaking by 3. So I can just like extra reach and then use a magnet.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Hell yeah. New vanity we get the haircut. Well, I'm gonna get isekai. Alright.
Oh my god, yes.
Wow.
Oh, poor Robin.
Guess I'll die.
Guess you will.
Alright, I'm gonna go back down.
I can't even. Fuck, I can't even go down there with you. I have to like actually go there.
If you end up moving to the beach, we can move the pylon back over here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh. I have an obsidian rose that I can equip.
Oh, what's that do?
It reduces damage from touching lava.
Oh, that's good. That might be
I
good if
also
you
have
want
a.
to do that.
Well, I already have the. Oh, that's a fire block one. Okay. Wait. I got the Angry Hermes boot. The wearer can run super fast.
The boots are important. I guess you don't have to wear them if you
Yeah.
don't feel like going fast, but you
No,
should
I
hold
like
on to
going
them.
fast. I just found out I had like a hasty obsidian rose that does the same thing, but also offers me 3 movement speed. There we go.
Ooh, goodie
Well,
bag.
Scandinavians here, so we do both. Oh, you have a lot of Scandinavians where you are, Shay? That's cool. I feel like a lot of Scandinavians are like either in California or north. Like northeast and inwards. Like Nebraska.
I've been to Nebraska.
Yeah?
Yeah, I went there with my one of my first partners to visit their family in Nebraska.
How many partners have you had? Sorry, that's
Like 4 or 5 in the past like 4 or 5 years.
okay. So like, like one, like well, shorter. Like I guess it would be shorter relationships then.
Yeah, maybe like a year. I can count them on my fingers.
How long have you been with Snow, by the way?
Maybe like 5, 6 months.
Yeah,
Yeah, rather new.
well, that's nice. It feels
She's a
like
good bean.
it feels new.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
just still
snow.
rather new. I also like snow. I'd
I
hope
mean,
so.
I don't know. I think snow is cute. Snow's model is also very sweet. Like, hey.
She's a big baby.
Oh my god, very pretty.
Where is Snowbug?
I'm finally able to hear. Hi, Amaris.
Hi.
Hi, Amaris. How are you
Hello.
doing? Okay. Well, I'm actually wearing the little, like the obsidian rose. That's cool. I like that.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm gonna die. So, like, what the fuck?
Bye.
There we go. Wait, where am I?
I wasn't sure what you were wearing for a moment. Yeah, Snowy has
I
been very busy with moving.
Yeah. Seems like it. Wait, what the fuck? No!
You dying? What are you doing? Blood
No, I'm not
moon.
dying. It was...
Oh.
Oh shit.
Aw, man. Uh,
Wait, we want to go back or like, yeah?
I don't know. I do, but I also want to see if I can find that skeleton merchant down here again. I just don't know where to find him.
Wait, there was a skeleton merchant?
Yeah, remember you were holding him for me.
Oh, he's yeah, where was he again?
I don't know if he's still there. He might have despawned.
Oh. Let me see if I can like look at the map here. Oh yeah, I see,
Ow.
I see. Okay. I kind of see where he is, ish.
I want that thing. Yeah, I do know Snow wants to, like, stream once she's in a good spot. There we go.
Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. There is just shit all around me. There we
Oh,
go.
I think it was over here, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's right up here-ish.
I don't know if he's still there, though.
Do they like despawn like that?
Yeah, let me look it up. Let me see if there's a better way for him to spawn. Skeleton merchant. Changes. Not attendant beast fee. Despawns when off screen. Ugh.
Really? That sucks.
A hunter potion will highlight him. Affected by the life form analyzer. Hmm.
Oh.
Out. How to find
Yeah, it should have been right in there somewhere.
where they despawned.
Okay, I actually see. Oh, fuck.
I just have to find a different one.
Robin, I think he was actually a little further in.
Yeah, he was. He was down here. I don't see him over there.
Okay, let me just see if I can get a little bit closer here. Oh, yeah, yeah, he was supposed to be right in there, yeah.
Damn.
There's copper coins. Maybe he fell into the lava.
Oh, he's up here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, he just... Oh, shit.
Hmm.
Oh, it's another one. Billy.
Stay here for a
Billy
minute.
Burrows. I'll stay here.
Blood moon right now. Hold on.
He has a red counterweight though. And a bow and arrow.
Yeah. Still emerge.
How is it going? I'm good. I am also good, thank you.
Hard mode.
I'm playing a little bit of
Oh, it
Terraria,
is in hard mode. Wait. Bring a blood moon.
and we are in hell.
Okay. I don't think we can get it from him right now, unfortunately. Oh well.
Ah,
It was a special
what's
yo-yo
up?
item he has that I wanted to get.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
It doesn't have it yet?
No, not until hard mode.
Oh
We're
shit.
almost there.
Yeah?
Yeah, once we defeat the wall of flesh, it's hard mode time. Just like the
How long would that
second
take?
phase. I
Yeah.
don't know, like it can be pretty challenging, but
Okay.
we're kind of getting to that point where we might be
Okay.
able to fight him.
I was just thinking like because like I might have to like get off soon-ish.
Yeah.
3 hours. But I was like I was thinking like maybe we could like get ready for it or like try it or something.
We could.
See if,
I mean, we have a couple of the summoning things now, so we could give it a shot.
yeah?
If we die, we die.
I mean I have a voodoo doll.
Yeah, just hang on to it for now.
Sure. I'll just wait. Do I stay here or do I like go back home to my
Do whatever you
home
want to
first?
do.
No, I wanna make sure I do whatever you wanna do. Robin. Robin, you're in a very like I was about to say rare position because it's not a rare position, but you are in a position where you get to boss me around.
Sure.
Yeah.
No pants.
So how are we going about this then? Like, do I have to bring something or?
I mean, I want to go through a couple more of those chests and the shadow chests and get more hellstone.
Yeah, sure.
I also need more obsidian. I want to sit through this blood moon for a bit though.
Oh, the blood one, yeah, it's still going, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? I'm gonna put down a blue candle. See if I can get more to spawn.
So if I put this here.
Where
I'll
is the candle? I don't know what I did with
just do
it.
this for fun. There we go. Okay.
There they are.
Craft a molten pickaxe using the hottest of materials.
Yeah, we wanna build that.
So if I take my furnace and then put down the hellforge instead, right?
Yeah.
I should be able to like craft some stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do I? Well, how do I make a full? Like how? Molten.
Hellstone and obsidian.
Okay, okay, I see.
Let me see if I can make any. Hellstone bar. That's the one.
Hellstone bar.
I made 60. Melee critical chance. Bug, lava-proof bug net. Ah!
Okay, so I need hellstone and obsidian from a hellforge. Wait.
What are you trying to make?
The pickaxe.
I might be able to give you some of the stuff to make that. Hold up.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
be right over.
Well, I have an ash block. I have stone. I don't remember if I have like, so yeah, I need.
Here, hellstone bars. Make yourself a pickaxe.
Okay. Oh, wait, how many did you give? Oh, 25. Holy shit. That should be enough, I think. A molten pickaxe.
Yeah.
There we go.
You make it?
Hey, I got it. Yeah.
Yay!
Defeat the wall of flesh, the master and core of the world who arises after a great burning sacrifice. That's the closest achievement I have? What the fuck?
Is it telling you what to do next?
Well, it's like when I go into my inventory, when I like, press escape and look at all of the stuff, there's on the right above my coins and ammo, there's like a little thing that is like, here's an achievement or something, you know?
Goblin army. Oh, really? Okay, well, I've been waiting for Goblin army.
Oh, and it actually says, and right now it says still hungry. Defeat the wall of flesh, the master and core of the world who arises after a great burning sacrifice.
Weird. I don't have that.
Maybe it's because, like, do you have all the achievements and shit?
I have quite a few.
Might have been.
Oh, fuck.
Oh shit, Goblin Army?
Goblin army.
Oh my god, good thing that I come
Here we
strapped.
go. Kill him!
Wait, why do they come from the west if it says they come from the east? Oh. They're inside the house!
I'm gonna defend your treehouse. I'm gonna go home.
Wait, what the?
Bye. Goblin army has arrived!
Where's the Goblin Army? Oh, they're right here. Oh fuck, there's a little sorcerer!
Kill him!
You can't get me! I will die on this hill. I will die in this treehouse.
Oh, it automatically locks on. Look at that. Whoa, I just let it go and it goes. Shoo, shoo. That's so good.
Oh my god. I don't know what is going on, but they're all just falling into, like, below
Yeah, into your tree
my
below.
treehouse.
Shoo!
There we go.
Ow.
Alright, all of you fucking goblins.
We were just talking about goblins earlier.
Yeah. God, I love goblins.
You love goblins.
I would 100% get a goblin, like,
Goblin
partner.
girlfriend.
Yeah, like a little goblin girlfriend or a boyfriend or, like, whichever. Like, just a, like, could you imagine?
No.
It would just be so sweet. Like, just, like small, cute little thing. that
Goblin
loves
short
you
stacks.
And will, like, yeah, and will, like, show you cool things that they find and stuff.
Is that what they do?
And they can, like, yeah, and they can, like, fix your shit. Goblin Punter, I did it!
Goblin army has been defeated. Good job.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
I fucking one-man army that shit. Fuck, there's still more. There we go. No more. I did it.
So
Yeah? Off to work, take care. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure once we finished. Oh god, they broke down my doors.
Oh, they actually kind of did too here. There we go.
Once we defeat a goblin army, the goblin NPC should spawn now, unless that's in hard mode. I don't remember. Yeah, which he has really important gear that we need. If he spawns now.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for the handshake ticket. Okay.
Thank you, Oiter. I'm thanking me, Oiter.
Yeah, drink your water. Take care of yourself, Robin.
Okay.
Your body and mental state is important.
How dare you? How dare you, good sir?
Yeah? Yeah? Wait, why do I
A
keep
digging
seeing a
mole
green
cart. I haven't seen this. We'll dig through blocks and lay new tracks of. Oh, that's really good. Only digs one underground.
Okay, it is actually like.
Wow, that'd be great to make a underground minecart system.
Wait, what? What? Wait, why? Why haven't we haven't defeated the brain of Cthulhu?
That's in a corruption world. No, a crimson world.
Oh,
That's
okay.
like the you know how we have like different ores depending on like the type of, or I guess world we have.
Yeah.
Like instead of gold, they'd have like there's a chance for platinum instead. It's kind of
Yeah.
a similar thing. Like instead of corruption, they have crimson. It's just another like version of the Eater of Worlds.
Oh, okay, okay. I see. I see.
Ba, 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 ba. What do I feel like doing right now? What's I gonna do? Yeah,
Wait,
let
wait,
me check
wait.
the goblin. Goblin.
I,
Tinkerer. Fired after a goblin army is defeated, spawning randomly in open areas in the cavern underground. Okay.
oh, I got
Let's see if we can
another.
find him.
Okay, I need to check. I don't remember where I put it.
Ugh. My heckin' pumpkin. You Jesus. What?
Do we have a bee gun?
I do have a bee gun. Why?
I need the. Well, there was like a. There's an achievement that says like if you fire a bee gun while wearing a full bee armor,
Oh,
and I'm
really?
like, I think I have a bee armor somewhere.
Do you have the full bee set?
I don't know. I have a bee shirt and a
Hmm.
bee mask, but I'm not sure I have like
Bee
bee
pants.
armor. Let me see.
I'm not
I'll check.
sure.
Bee armor. Okay, so I don't have any of it.
We can figure that out a different time.
Oh, it's easy actually. I just need beeswax.
Oh yeah, we can make that.
Yeah, and I need an iron anvil. I have an iron anvil. I just need
I
30
should have beeswax on my
beeswax.
place.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have like, yeah, 30 beeswax like in total. And that will be a full gear. That looks so stupid though.
You
Well, I
look
mean,
fine.
well, you know what? I would like it just to get the fucking like achievement to fire a bee gun while doing it. I had a feeling we had a lot of beeswax.
Yeah, I
Wait,
should
do I come?
have some.
Do I come to your place? Let me see.
It's in one of my chests. I don't remember.
I can look.
Hey, back up. Oh, I found a magic mirror for you. Yay!
Hey, is that the one that like can?
It's like an infinite recall potion.
Oh,
So you want to
right.
like keep it in your hotbar.
Okay, yeah.
More Hermes boots.
Okay,
That's
so
good.
how does beeswax work? Oh, there it is. All right. Do you have an anvil? There you do. There
I
you
do.
go. I see. I see.
Of course I do.
A pumpkin helmet? Oh my god.
Pumpkin.
A horn staff. So bee headgear, bee breastplate,
The bee plate.
and the bee greaves. There we go. Do you have a? Okay. Did you have a bee gun somewhere?
Yeah, here. I actually haven't been using it that much, so.
Oh.
Blech.
Okay. 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 Okay.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
So if I put all of this here, put all of this here, and then remove all of this, remove this. Oh,
Torch. pants.
Smaug Water Dragon Goddess, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Ooh. Also, I dropped you the mirror.
Oh, thank you.
I think you'd also like this goodie bag costume I got.
Oh shit! Wait, I
Oh, my inventory is full. Or your
my
inventory is full.
inventory is full too.
Uh,
Give me a second.
quick stack to my chests.
Oh wait, no, I got it. It's okay. There we go. Wait, Shiverthorn. How did I get that though? Did you give me that?
Ice plant, I guess. I don't know.
It's not interesting. So there we go. All right, I'll put your beeswax back. There we go. Wait, did you give me a space like?
I did. I
creature
gave you an
thing?
alien costume.
Oh my god. Alien. Space creature pants. Okay, and there we go. Oh fuck. I can't get out. There we go. Okay. There we go. And now I'm wearing the full bee armor, and I'm gonna go pew pew.
Do it.
I did it!
Yay!
Fire a bee gun while wearing a full set of bee armor, not the bees. Alright, cool.
Yay!
Now that
Meow, meow,
let's
meow.
see here. What game is this? It's Terraria.
It's Terraria.
I have been
Chihuahua!
I've been learning.
I've been learning.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm trying at least. Yeah. It's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like 2D Minecraft.
That's what they all say.
They all say that, yeah.
It's not Minecraft. It's cooler than that.
Way cooler.
Oh, there's a gold bunny. Oh, I got it. Look. I'll give it to you.
Oh. A gold bunny. Holy shit. Thank
You
you.
can sell it on the black market for gold.
What the fuck?
Go,
Look at
go
me.
sell the bunny. Yay! Oh, you look cute with that flower in your hair.
Also, I have green shoes.
Yay!
Yay! I do look cute with my flower in my hair. What the fuck? Wait. Oh my god, it actually fits with my whole like Clover aesthetic thing.
You're
yeah.
so cute.
You're cute.
Cute.
You're cute.
Still trying to look for the goblin tinkerer.
Yeah?
Maybe you can help me look for him, maybe.
Yeah. We're going downstairs?
Yeah, it should be in the underground.
Alright. Wait, did you give me a mirror or something?
Yeah,
Am
I did.
crazy?
Yeah, I gave you a mirror.
I feel like I... Oh, magic mirror. Okay, case and mirror to return home.
Yeah, just keep it on you at all times. You'll need it.
How do I use it? Is there a hotkey for it?
No, I just keep it in my hotbar.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I see it. Okay. Sweet.
In the caverns.
Just wanted to like... Oh my god, like I just like fucking like spawned into my house and Deshaun is like, you wanna buy a minigun? Like
Yes.
immediately. It's like, hey, welcome home. Wanna buy this minigun? Like, no, thank you. I'm good. I'm so Gucci. But thank you, Deshaun. I appreciate
Thanks,
the
man.
thought. Okay. Okay, put this here.
Are there dragons in this game? I believe so. Yeah, there's dragons.
Yeah.
There's
Tried Fortnite and it's
dragons.
hard. I've never tried Fortnite, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's hard or
I
not.
played Fortnite
It
for a
might
little
be.
while when I started streaming.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, cold. I do like Fortnite on occasion.
Yeah.
I haven't played it in a while though.
Okay.
Why? I
Oh,
I'm just gonna go back and forth until I come across a NPC. Hopefully, maybe.
would be nice.
Would be incredibly nice. We need him. I want him so bad. He's like the next tier of everything great in this game.
Well, I mean, you should be able to like. Wait, wait. What was that? Oh my god, it's a fucking skeleton. Get away from me. Okay, alright. Oh, donk. Oh, whoops. I think I accidentally, like...
Oh, there he is. Ah! Oh my god.
Wait, you found?
Yeah, I found him. No, he also almost like caught fire from a trap. I'm gonna grab that
Oh no!
and that.
I'm coming to you.
I'll take your entire stock.
What are you getting?
His stuff. I'll grab you one of these too. So if he
Really?
dies, he dies. Yeah, he dies. I grabbed what I needed
Oh
from him
no!
before he died. Here, this is for you.
Wait. The fuck was that? Rocket boots?
Rocket boots.
Oh my god.
Here, I'm gonna teleport home real quick. Meet me at my place. Find a place to put this.
Wait, I can like... Oh, okay, that's really nice. Like,
Yes. Yes. Meow,
this
meow, meow.
can I put this here instead? I can. Okay, so I teleport to you?
Yeah, come over to me.
Well,
Oh
check
my
if I
god.
can.
I'm gonna take everything off of my person.
We're close enough to a pylon to teleport with the... Wait, I don't have a fucking...
Remote potion. Use your mirror. And then just teleport over to my place from your pylon.
Oh, right. There we go. Pylon to pylon. Oh, wait, shit.
Accessories. You. You.
Where...
You.
There we go. Oh, fuck.
You. Chisel. Found a bottle. Okay,
Right,
so
okay.
this little red table, it can combine, like, your accessories. Specific accessories.
Yeah?
So, let's see. So, you can combine your Hermes boots with those rocket boots I gave you.
Oh, wait, how do I do that?
You want to take it off of you and put it in your inventory.
Alright, okay, so... Rocket boots...
Take off all your
Hermes
accessories, see if
boots.
there's anything you can combine in there.
Yeah, I'll,
Make
I'll
a
just...
GPS.
So anything that's not armor, right?
Yeah, anything that's not armor. Vector boots.
Alright. And... So it's just... Okay, so Spectre boots, yes, allows flight. And the wearer can run super fast.
Yeah. And the rocket boots, are you able to combine them at the table here?
Yeah?
Yeah, do that.
Okay, so Spectre boots here. Alright, I'll grab those. I like that, yeah?
Yeah.
I can also make the like the hasty obsidian rose and the obsidian skull. I can apparently like
You can
put
combine
them
them.
together.
Yeah.
I can also combine the obsidian skull with the shield.
Yeah, whatever you want to make.
And It grants immunity to knockback and to fire blocks, but the other one is like immunity to fire blocks and reduces damage from touching lava. I actually kind of like that. The Obsidian Skull Rose looks cute as well, so.
Cool belt.
There we go.
You. Wonder what else I can combine with.
Hey, I like that.
Yeah, if you have an accessory, bring it to the guide. It can tell you what you can combine it with. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah?
Oh, flippers. I need a diving helmet.
Oh, I have flippers
Wool
back
belt.
at my place.
Oh, the chisel, the brick. Ancient chisel.
Okay, that's kind of cool. So that means I can I can have multiple things like.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh, that's
yeah, I got
completely
that.
separate. A stepping stool.
Okay, so.
Gizmo pack.
Just check.
Paint sprayer, cement mixer, bricklayer, cali counter, life form analyzer. Yeah, I haven't gotten that yet. You and you.
This one.
Nature's gift. The mana potion. Oh. Automatically uses mana potions when needed. Oh, okay. I don't really need that right now.
I like that. Alright, I'm coming back to you. I have some more stuff I want to see.
Excellent.
Okay, oh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, so it condenses down all of the accessories to make more space for other accessories.
Oh, yes.
There's a lot of combination recipes, that's for sure.
Okay, I don't have anything that can like combine with the rest of the things that I have here. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I do have like I still have like the shield and I have flippers. Like I don't know if you had something that you needed the flippers for.
Not really. You can combine flippers with a diving mask, which you get from a shark, which is like a rare chance.
I don't think I haven't seen a shark, so.
Yeah, it's over by the ocean. You're gonna kind of just chill and wait for them.
Oh, right.
Let's see if there's something else I might be able to do for you.
Oh, I mean, I can always go check the ocean, just see what's going on there.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Blacksmith the Tavern Keep is like spawned somewhere in like all the way to the left.
Oh yeah,
right.
in one of the Sky Islands.
The fuck? At least we know there's one there.
It's okay. I don't really care about him anyway. We'll keep him up there. We should start making new houses so the NPCs can move in.
Yeah.
I'll do it later. See if Per had any accessories in here. The whoopee cushion.
Oh right, the whoopee cushion. Oh fuck.
You can combine a whoopee cushion with a cloud in a bottle.
Really? And make what?
A fart jar in a bottle or whatever. Fart in a jar.
Oh my god.
The radar. That's probably it.
Okay, there we go.
Fortunately, I'm gonna see if you have anything else at your place. I know we had one. Like the aglet and the...
Okay. I mean, I can always
bat.
check here.
Umbrella.
Okay, Robin, is there something that like can make it so we can breathe longer underwater?
Water breathing potion.
Oh shit.
The diving
Alright.
helmet will make. Well, if we can get it, we can breathe underwater for much longer. If we can get that. You're over at the place with the thing. You didn't still have that aglet on you, did you? Or
I
you
have
put it
it.
somewhere?
Oh fuck, wait. I'm drowning.
Are you drowning? No.
Wait, am I? Oh, I am. Oh, I see where I am.
There's a shark.
Wait, what?
You got eaten by a shark.
Oh my god, I know where the shark is then. Okay, so if you look at the map, like all the way over where we were, you and I.
Oh wow, you were in there, weren't you? Yeah, I can see if I can
Right.
help with that.
Yeah, right there. Like it's instead of like trying to like swim underneath, like we could just walk over there. Like it's
Water
just
walking potion. Gills potion, we need these. And
but yeah, I have a jacket aglet. It says.
oh good, okay. Yeah, we need to find an anklet of the wind. And you can combine it with the aglet and your boots.
Oh, wait, my boots can already be combined again?
Yeah, they keep combining into more stuff.
That's cool.
I have
like
I have
that.
frost spark boots, so it allows flight, super fast running, and extra mobility on ice. Because I combine it with my ice skates as well.
Oh,
I also have
smart.
obsidian water walking boots.
Yeah?
Yeah. If I can
What
find
the
that
fuck?
lava thing. Goblin Tinker.
The Goblin Tinkerer.
Yay. Hey there, buddy. Welcome in. Pumpkins, torches. I don't want your
Alright, I
pants.
gotta...
Increase mining speed. How much longer did you want to go? Oh, I guess it has been like almost 4 hours already. God.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh, it should have been a long time. Alright, I got my money back at least. So I'm pretty happy.
Let me come. See if we can get a shark thing together. I'm gonna bring one of these. And some of these. And then
Right.
I'll come over to you.
Alright. I tried to like look in again. But I couldn't really find the shark.
Yeah, I'll help with that. Teleport to the
Oh,
ocean.
I see the Goblin Tinkerer. He's at my old house.
Oh, good.
Well, my cave, I guess.
Yeah, your cave.
Okay, so what the fuck, Robin? Are you like you're going this way? Like
Yeah. Oh, I guess you did go down there. Yeah, I guess you could do that,
yeah,
couldn't
okay.
you? Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so like it yeah, like it went I tried to go that way, but like I don't have a lot of
Here, I have
I don't have
I have a gills potion for you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we can go underwater that way. We don't have to, but... Oh my god, there's a seahorse!
Wait, how does it
Give me that.
4-minute duration? Okay, okay.
Yeah, we'll find a little spot to camp out.
Alright. Alright, I'll drink it.
Follow the butterflies.
Okay, okay, good. You're setting up stuff. Okay, good. Because I was like, I was just walking in blind. Thank you for the zombie first aid, by the way, Tel. I appreciate it. Do a little stretch, maybe. Oh, let's see. Oh, God. Oh, 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 fuck. Oh, that's good.
Ow.
Oh, watch out. It's sand, yeah.
That is
Oh, it's
sand. Ow. I just want to put like a little air pocket over here or something.
Oh, yeah, just to, like, yeah, make sure. Yeah. Good idea.
And then I'll
Oh,
put
wait.
this here.
Oh, it's tiny little. Are they the jellyfish? Are they? Oh, they're evil. Damn it.
Evil jellyfish. Then I'll put this here. Now hopefully sharks will spawn.
Hopefully. I mean, I never saw the shark, so I'm a little like, the fuck?
A little skeptical. Oh, there's a shark.
Oh, skeptical. What? Oh, I see it.
Oh, he dropped a shark kite. Okay. That's funny.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna fly this fucking shark.
Oh my god. It's just, just,
My-
just hollowed it out and decided to like just fly it in the wind.
As you would expect, my fire magic doesn't work underwater.
Oh no.
Oh.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that wouldn't work. Oh wait. Wait. Up here. Oh shit.
Oh,
There.
goodie bag.
Robin, here.
Uh,
There's a little part here that we can also use.
okay.
Just in case. Yeah, you see over here?
Yeah.
Comes preloaded and everything with like wind, well, air, not wind.
Error.
Yeah, you know, that
underwater
thing you
wind. Do you
breathe
mean a
sometimes.
current?
Don't make fun of me. I can't speak English, okay?
English is a fake language anyway.
Yeah. You know, sometimes like how bad I
that?
am at English, it's making me a little worried that like
What is
I was
that?
actually taught, like I had to teach English.
Boy, are you in for a treat. Shrimp po' boy. Huh?
Oh, I do love. Oh shit. There's a gnome
Failure.
or something. What the hell?
Out of fish potions.
Oh, same.
Gonna dip my toes.
What the fuck? Hi, Cameron.
Hi. Here. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Careful there.
I got coral.
Oh, Carl.
Coral. There we go. What can I do with coral? Is it material?
It's pretty. You might be able to make like a shell cluster or something.
Terraria coral.
Coral.
Okay, what can we do with it? We can make a coral torch. We can make a shell pile. A Capricorn helmet. I'm a Capricorn.
Oh, I'm a Leo. Unsurprisingly.
You can. What does that mean, Robin?
Because I'm a kitty.
Oh, like that. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just like I don't know about like. It's kind of funny. Like I think I have friends that are really into like zodiacs and shit.
My
And
sister's
they
into it a
tell me
little
that
bit.
they say I'm very atypical for a Capricorn. I don't.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, it was like all like some of our friends are like all the Capricorns I met have been like shit, but not you. And I was like, what the fuck, man? What kind of people have you met? Like,
It's weird.
man,
They're weird.
I think my dad's a Leo. No, wait.
Leo.
No. I'm lying. What the fuck?
And sharks.
It's not a Leo. I don't have any Leos in my family. My mom's a Taurus, I know, and my brother's a Virgo, if I remember. And my dad's Pisces, I think. The fishies?
The fishy.
The fishies. And I'm a Capricorn, so yay. There we go. All right.
We don't have to farm for this right now if you don't want to.
I just wanted to check, like, wait. What the fuck?
I'm out of here.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Fucking shark kite.
Okay. Okay, I do need to, like, get more reef shit.
You like
Because
it?
if I have a sink.
Oh, where did it? I got a jellyfish necklace.
Oh, that's cute.
What can I combine this with? I know it's important for something. Yeah, the diving
Okay.
gear. Okay, yeah, that we need this for after we get the diving gear. I'll put this away.
Okay, so if I have reef platforms, I can make a reef block, and if I have a reef block, I can make reef furniture. And that shit looks cool as fuck. That's exactly what I need for, like, the beach house. Oh my god, it's perfect.
Perfect.
It's so perfect.
Yeah, I think that's about as much as I'm going to be able to make and combine for the time being.
Yeah, with just, like, the limited amount of time we have left.
Treasure magnet. How much longer do you want to go for?
I mean, I'm getting a little tired. It's also getting a little late.
Yeah. So,
It depends on you, though.
I mean, I do have to go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do want to try and attempt the wall of flesh. There's a stink bug
I would
here. I'm
be
gonna
down.
kill it. Gross.
Like, I would be down to try the wall of flesh. Yeah.
Okay,
Just,
I'm gonna take a
also
quick
to
bathroom break
see.
in that case.
Yeah, you go do that. I'm back
Okay.
at the treehouse, so
Cool. I'll be right
it's
back.
getting ready.
Don't go nowhere.
I'll stay here, waiting.
I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go! Let's go!
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Robin.
Oh, welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Third time.
Alright.
We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
Or-
need
know
to
everyone
do
has
this
to be here.
from
Well, good thing there'd be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
Alright.
All right.
Where's the-
Wait. Can I? Wait.
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
I'm
I
actually
don't
gonna.
have a marshmallow either.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay, there are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat
My
witch.
leg.
I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ. Ow! Hi. Yay! The baby was saved. It all worked out. Yeah, so that's where that went. Okay. Do I get any rewards for fleas yet? I should go check on them. Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh!
I saved.
Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Let's put it back in hard. I can't.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, this is it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me. Oh my god, what are they doing? Leave that baby alone! Oh my god. Get out of here. Go, be free. That poor baby was being assaulted. Ow! I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Meow. Put this on the floor and then the card over. Alright,
Welcome
let's
back.
see. What do I feel like doing?
We have to find the wall of flesh.
Yeah.
Vanquish it and everything.
Vanquish and destroy. We haven't found a meteor.
That's true.
Let me go see if I can find one real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they like spawn
Yeah, they spawn like on the surface.
somewhere? Alright.
I'm gonna go left.
I mean, I can quickly like. Okay, so are they like easy to spot?
Yeah, you'll know they're around. I think they glow. And they have things that spawn on them.
Okay.
It's just like a crater.
Alright, I'll look from my house and to the left, like towards your house.
Okay. Got him. So glad I got some jet boots.
Okay. Yeah, I got the fastest fuck boots.
You have your jet boots with it,
I
right?
do.
Yeah, did you combine them?
Yeah. I got the jet boots with like a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, you're able to if you didn't, you can combine your speedy boots with your rocket boots.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So
Okay,
I got
okay.
Spectre boots, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Spectre
So
boots.
like, yeah, I got.
Just checking.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh fuck.
Meow.
Still need to like really figure out how they work, but like, I'm getting the hang of it.
It's cool.
Kinda.
I like that you're able to compress your inventory and have a bunch of really cool items that do lots of things while
It is
still
really
having
cool, actually.
inventory space for other accessories.
Yeah. All right, I'm at Purr's house now. Let's see. I haven't really seen anything.
Me neither. I think a couple landed.
I've seen the prompt for 2 at least.
Yeah.
All right, I'm over by your house now. They should probably be over by. Let's see, how far? You're all the way over to the side there?
Yeah, I don't think it's over here. I'm gonna go to your place and then go
Oh.
right.
Yeah, I'll check from the ocean pylon all the way to the right. They can't like spawn in like caves or anything.
No, it should be on the surface.
Okay.
Oh my god, I caught a fairy.
You did it? Oh shit.
Yeah, the ones that spawn by your place. Yeah, I got both of them. Hey, listen.
Oh, good job.
Hey! Hello!
Listen.
What can I do with these fairies? Will I get an extra life if I die?
Oh. Hopefully, maybe.
I doubt it. Where are the meteors?
I don't know. I haven't really seen any.
Neither.
I don't know if I'm just like not good at spotting them or.
No, they shouldn't be that hard to find.
Huh. Oh, I haven't seen them.
They didn't land on a sky island, did they? That'd be really silly.
Oh, That would be silly. There we go. Let me just check.
I'm gonna go look.
Okay. Like,
Guess we don't gotta.
I don't know.
Neither.
Okay, so they have to be mined using a tungsten pickaxe or better. Okay. A meteorite crash site is guaranteed to spawn after the Eater of Worlds or Brain of Cthulhu is defeated for the first time.
Oh, I found one. Oh, it's at your house. It's at your old house. It fucking landed on your old house.
Oh shit! Really?
Oh my god! Over here with the goblin.
Okay, I'm like, I'll come right over.
Oh
I wanna
my
see.
god!
How does it look? Because I missed it then.
It's okay.
Where's it at?
What do you mean? It's right here. This is the meteor.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's big.
Yeah, but
Can
it
I-
landed on your house.
Can I use a molten pickaxe with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Grab whatever you can. Man, I guess the universe really didn't like your trash house, huh?
Oh, apparently not. What the fuck? It like just... Holy shit. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, this was my house. Like, a goblin lives here. What the hell?
Struck by a meteor from outer space.
Destroyed my front garden. Like, this was my front yard. Just saying.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so this is how it looks. Okay.
I think we can make a lightsaber with this stuff.
A light? What the? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get a meteorite bar, and we can also get a brick.
Well,
A
yeah.
phase blade?
Yeah, the phase blade.
What the fuck? A meteor helmet? Meteor leggings?
Yeah, if
Like
you
a
have a full set
suit?
of meteor stuff, I think you have infinite mana with the gun that you can make.
Oh shit. So that's why we're farming it for you. Okay, okay, makes sense. See? See? Little fucking, like, Nord comes in and goes like, what the fuck happened to my house? I don't know, buddy.
I don't know, buddy. Meteorite bar. Meow.
Fucking universe just kind of hates us, yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and the space gun.
Okay, I got
5, 6,
145 meteorites if you need them. Oh my god, I need to come over and see what you're doing. Oh fuck. What the fuck?
Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, the set bonus is that the space gun costs 0 mana. Do you want the spacesuit?
No, it's okay. Like you go do your thing. I can probably make the spacesuit if I I can. I can definitely do
Actually, it
that.
might be better for me because it actually increases my magic damage. Cool.
Yeah. I can make a hammer axe.
Oh, is it a ham axe? Oh wait, maybe I should make
A
that.
ham axe, yeah.
Yeah, it combines an hammer and a axe. A
Yeah,
hammer and an axe. Why did I say it like that?
that's so cool. Yeah, you just have to get 20 meteorite bars and an iron anvil.
Yeah, you can make it right here.
Oh shit, I actually can. Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
or you just go home and do it. That's fine too.
I
I don't even
oh
care.
shit. Okay. Oh my god. There, meteorite bar. And I need 20. And then I can make a meteor hammocks. There we go.
I'm so witchy.
Wait, so this like okay, so I have a wooden hammer and I have a tiny copper axe. So this meteor hammer thing
Yeah, it does both. So you could probably get rid of both of them.
oh. Cool. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's so wild.
It's so good. There's so much weird shit in this game. I love it.
Yeah. Okay, let's see
You
here.
have a lot of glass bottles? What the hell?
Oh, it's DJ. Hi, hello, welcome in. I'm also in
Hi.
this episode. Hello, hello, Charlie, welcome back. Okay, let's see. Okay, okay. All right. Okay, Robin. Oh,
What's up?
it is getting late though. But like,
Yeah, we
do you want to
can
try and like,
pop out. Oh,
yeah,
what, do you want to attempt the thing real quick?
yeah,
That what
like
you wanna
we
do?
can, yeah, we can give it a shot. Let's go.
Oh, my fairy! Yay! My living
Hey,
specimen.
we're in the cooler chat now. What the fuck?
Over here in the cooler chat. What the fuck?
Okay, enjoy yourself, I guess. Are you guys in hard mode? I don't think so.
Not yet.
Mainly because I'm learning. Very much learning.
Well, hard mode's
Robin, however,
after. It's
not.
like the second like phase of Terraria. Is it just gets a little bit harder after we defeat the wall of flesh?
Okay.
You like my fairies?
Wait,
Yay!
where are they? Oh my god, you just fucking put them in little jars. What the
I'm
fuck?
putting them in my jars.
Oh my god, you put them in a jar, Robin. Ugh.
Did.
I am the sickest little alien look. Holy shit. The grab on
All right. I guess we'll give the wall of flesh a try.
I got a voodoo doll if you need.
Oh, you do?
I have two.
Oh, I will take them off of you.
I am also really strapped. Oh, wait. You closed the door on me. What the fuck? There's a voodoo doll outside your house.
To lava. Okay. I'm probably need that. That we're gonna need. I'm getting some potions for us. Hacker also takes damage, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll grab a burger. Major improvement to all stats. Hell yeah. You can have that.
Oh,
You
a
can have
po' boy.
that. You can have that. Drink those once we're about to fight the thing.
Okay.
Alright, I'll meet you.
Alright,
I'll meet you down there.
Alright.
Oh, too far. Bye. I got the giant Excalibur. Gotta
The
reforge
giant
it.
Excalibur, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, the Goblin Tinkerer. You can bring him a weapon, and you can reforge the modifier on it.
Yeah?
Yeah, so you could get like a better one instead of like a shitty one.
The modifier, is that like the hasty
Like
or
the
angry
yeah,
or
like the prefix. Yeah,
yeah.
like that.
Okay, yeah.
So you can change.
Cool.
If you get a bad one, you can reforge it, or you could get even better one. There's like a legendary and mythic and stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're great. All right. This may suck. It'll be fine.
Okay, wait.
I think it starts from the center and goes like left or right. Hey, a snail.
Oh, cute.
Drink. Alright, I guess we're gonna give it a shot. You ready? Drink dinky oiter. Drink your potions.
All right, I got it. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Oh, it's spawning on the left. Of course it is.
Oh Jesus! What the fuck is this?
That's not good. Kill it! This isn't good. It spawned on the direction I didn't want it to.
Oh my god.
Well, just try.
Oh my God.
Try. Oh god. Come through here. Come through here, quick.
Oh shit.
Pew 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 pew. Up here. No, you don't want it. No. Uh-oh.
Oh fuck.
Go 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 go. Ah ah ah.
Oh fuck.
That's okay. I took an obsidian skin potion so I wouldn't take lava damage. Really, I built an arena. I built a really long like walkway, but it decided to spawn on the opposite side, so of course it did. Ow. I was worried about that too. Ow, 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 ow.
Alright.
Don't tell us what to do. I'm gonna squeeze you. Look, I got it, I got it, I got it. Oh, be careful. Oh no!
Oh fuck.
Clover! You should have asked.
Perfect. Oh yeah, I know. I was just like, oh shit, I got it. And then, like, I was like, okay, cool, I'll teleport to you.
I almost
like,
got
wait,
it.
What?
I almost got it. Ah.
Oh, come on, come on.
Go, 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 go. Dig faster. Yay!
Hey!
Wall of Flesh has been defeated. The ancient spirits of light and dark have been released.
Oh fuck, it's hard. Oh wait, yeah, okay, that was.
Welcome to hard
damn it.
mode.
Oh shit.
New enemies will start to
Why?
spawn, and things might be a little tougher.
Oh, all right.
See, we got it. Maybe not Clover, but we got it.
did.
I'm kind of glad I had that obsidian skin potion. I might be able to make more.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. There we go.
Wait, stop that. Here.
All right. Let's see here.
Ooh, a star cloak. Oh.
Oh, you got some good stuff from it?
I got a clockwork assault rifle. Do you want it? I know
What the fuck?
I
You
know.
got a-
I know you like your guns.
I do like my guns. I like my big guns.
Yeah. I think it's a 3-round burst.
I am totally down. I don't know where you are, but like I'm down.
Still down here in hell.
Oh, I see. Daniel the guide has arrived. Where's Daniel?
Damn, Daniel.
Wait. I don't see Daniel.
Ooh, shadow chest.
There's me. That's everything else. Roland the clothier. Destiny the party girl. Bro, a 2.5-minute ad.
no.
Yeah, like to avoid free rolls and like like not having ads all over the place. I have a 3-minute ad break every hour. So
Sun
yeah,
Fury.
that's how we
Oh,
do it.
I found a mace for you. Or a new flail, I should say.
Oh, Oh, I like that. I do like my flails
A
though.
sun flail. Butterfly.
Wait,
Gimme.
I can't. I can't see the traveler guy. What the fuck?
He's over at Purr's place. You're looking for him.
Yeah, I see the dye trader and Eladon, the traveling merchant. Yeah.
Yeah, the traveling
But I
merchant.
feel like there was. Was there somebody else? I don't know. Okay, let's go here. Wait, what was I actually looking for? Shit, I don't remember now.
I don't know. Were you trying to come back down to me?
Maybe? I feel like there was something that I needed to do, and I'm not sure what it was.
Jimmy the Hedgehog. Hello. Thank you for the
Oh.
raid. Na 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 na. Hi. What's going on? For those who don't know me, I'm Robin Sashiko, the witch who's here to make your night a little more frightening. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer with an aspiring voice actress. Oh god.
Oh.
There's a corruption down here.
Oh no.
Oh, souls start to spawn. Yeah, we just entered hard mode.
Oh
We
no.
just defeated the wall of flesh.
Well, somebody defeated the wall of flesh. I
Yeah.
helped a little, maybe. Slightly. Just a little.
Just a little. You just entered hard mode. I thought you were in pre-hard mode. Yeah, we were in pre-hard mode.
We were, yeah.
But we just fought the wall of flesh.
Okay, that's where I want to go. Okay, I remember now. Well, first, like, I want to get I want to get the assault rifle thing.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you.
And
I'm life by 20%. I'm staying there. I don't really want the Hellwing bow.
The traveling merchant just departed. All right.
Oh no! Oh, there's a mimic. Oh shit!
Oh, watch out!
Oh no! Did you drop anything? Can't tell. I still have a seahorse in my pocket.
What the? A princess dress? Oh fuck!
Mixed 2 drop accessories. Yeah, we're playing vanilla. It's Clover's first time.
Very vanilla.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Alright. Do, 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 do. Oh, that fish. I don't remember where I put all my fish. All my bait and stuff. I sadly have to raid and run. All good. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Come back by anytime.
Yeah, of course.
Come on by anytime. You.
What?
Humanite brick. Silver bullets.
I'm not sure I get what this is, but like.
Terrible. On hammer. Oh.
Wait, what?
I wonder. I can make something real quick.
Did I legit fucking? Oh my god.
What are you doing?
I don't know. It's just.
Bee armor.
I don't know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? Stop that.
I don't know. I think I just legit bought the clothes that I started with.
Huh?
I don't know. It was just a familiar shirt and a familiar pants, and I was like, that looks nice.
Oh.
I just they don't like the things I started with. I was like, what the fuck? Wait, what?
Yeah. Maybe not. Oh, I got a cape.
Oh my god.
Yay.
There we go. Alright.
This looks like a hotel. Yeah, it's my alchemy caravan.
Yeah, like, fuck, like, Robin has been cooking.
Oh my god, what? No! Where are you going? What was that? Hoppin' Jack.
Okay.
Must be a Halloween enemy. Oh, what was that?
Yeah, I saw.
Oh,
I
oh, a
saw
ghoul. Ah, ah.
I saw a Halloween thing too as well. Like it was just like like a giant pumpkin or something.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
Night night, Jimmy. Yeah.
Mama.
Oh, sorry. I have your things. Here's this,
Oh,
and here's this.
okay. So, Sun Fury. Let's see. 64, 64 critical chance. Okay.
It's magic
Shit,
damage.
sure.
Hell yeah.
Only the first shot consumes ammo? Oh my god, yes.
Oh yeah. Hey, buddy.
So does that mean I can just like spray and pray?
Sure, yeah.
Check that. What kinda?
Nasty.
Okay, I do
Demonic
like
high
that.
five.
I like that a lot.
Reforge my flame lash. Demonic, that's good.
Okay, so can I like get like, can I put my Sun Fury down there?
And where?
Like reforge it and see what happens?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think it has any modifiers, does it?
well, it cost me some
It,
gold.
it does
and
cost a
silver
little
and
bit of
copper.
money.
Yeah. You think I can reforge it?
Yeah, of course.
Or, like-
So you can reforge any weapon. Go for it, man.
I got a ruthless Sun Fury now. It's the same as like my Blue Moon. So it has plus 19 damage.
That's good. Oh, that's a sandstorm.
Oh yeah. Oh. Look at this shit.
Yeah. We're all fired up.
Fire.
I want to see if I can find a hollow biome. They should spawn now.
Yeah?
Yeah. Look at the corruption.
wait.
The hollow's the opposite to the corruption, and it's like good instead
Oh,
of bad. I want to
What the
live in
fuck?
the
It's like a
hollow
Sand
biome.
shark.
And shark.
Sand shark.
Ghastly ghoul.
What the fuck? Oh my god, everything is so much more dangerous now. What the hell?
Yeah. Keep your papers peeled.
Fuck. Going back to my house. Fuck that. Alright. Oh. Oh shit. Oh my god.
Oh.
Ugh.
Hollow. Is this a hollow jungle? No way.
Wait, I need to check.
It might be. Can't really tell though, but the water is purple.
Oh. Oh yeah, I see you're walking over there. Yeah.
Oh my god, an P Paima. Ah! Oh my god, a turtle! Oh god! Oh my god! Get me out of here! They're so dangerous.
No, catch the turtle. It'll be fine.
It's a giant tortoise. Oh, there's so many.
Oh,
Get away
oh
from me.
shit, okay, maybe it's not like, okay, so it's not one of
They
those.
will rip you. Oh my god! Oh my god! Get me out of here! Ah!
Oh, shit. Oh no, Robin.
Fuck! Oh, those things are ruthless. You really hurt.
Oh shit.
I want a
All right,
regular
let's
one. Meteor head banner.
Go.
Good.
Okay, I think, let's see. We'll just check out here. Oh fuck, I don't have that on me. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Thought that I had, but I didn't. Shit.
You thought it was a yes, but it was a no.
Yeah, thought there was something there, but forgot. Alright. Oh shit.
Pew, 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 pew.
Alright. Oh god.
Bedtime.
Yeah, I do think it is actually getting bedtime. Yeah, I'm sorry, Robin. I'm getting
That's
I'm
okay.
really, really tired.
Pumpkin.
Oh
Ow.
shit. Yeah. Wait, what's that I have up there?
We got a fair bit of progress today, at least.
Yeah, like I feel like we got a lot done.
Pumpkin.
Wait, what the fuck? Smash a demon or crimson altar with a powerful holy hammer? I don't have a
Yeah,
holy hammer.
I do. The Wall of Flesh dropped the Pwn hammer, and you know those little like demon
Oh.
altars we've been seeing. That's
Yeah.
we use this hammer to destroy them now. 'Cause you know I had you use my hammer and it hurt you when you tried to destroy it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, now we can actually destroy it with this proper hammer. And that will
Okay.
be the next phase, which will spawn the new ores, which is like, I don't know, cobalt, adamantium, titanium, etc.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Hi.
my brain is buffering. Yeah. Hi, Robin.
Hi.
More silver bullets. Thank you.
Silver bullets for you.
Oh my god. Have you seen my clockwork assault rifle? Look at this shit. Pew pew pew.
We'll fight the Wall of Flesh more another time, so we can get more stuff from it.
Yeah, that would be nice. Oh my god, it's a fucking gnome.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wandering Eye. Oh my god. All the biomes have new enemies that spawn now, or harder enemies.
Oh no.
They're like bigger and squishier.
And angrier. Alright, let's
Corrupted
see. There
slime.
we go.
Let's see if I can find a hollow biome.
Oh fuck! A corruptor. Why is it so big?
King Slime? Why? What? Huh?
What did you do?
I didn't do anything! This is suddenly a King Slime. What are you doing here? Get out of here.
Okay,
I'm
hell,
killing
I'm
you.
actually like legit dying just from like basic shit. What the hell?
Pew, 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 pew. Get out of here. What are you doing here? Happy birthday, Jago.
There we go.
Oh, cool. You know what? It works out. Here, replace your hook with this one. That's the hook
That's
I'm
my
using
hook?
right now. The slime hook.
Oh.
Yeah, it's better. I think it's longer reach than the one you have now.
Okay, let me just.
But you can also hook two places at the same time, like this.
Oh, smart. Okay. Wait, a mummy mask? How long have I had that?
Mummy mask. Might have gotten that from a desert guy.
Oh, could be. There we go.
Man, I wanted to fight a unicorn.
Oh yeah, it does have more reach, I think. Yeah. There we go.
Little stickier.
Oh fuck. Oh wait.
Yeah, I guess we have a hollow jungle. That's kind of rare.
Mhm.
Weird. If you teleport to the jungle biome.
Was it so small? It doesn't feel small.
It's a
Like, what
it's
the
a
fuck?
medium-sized world.
It feels huge. There we go. All right, back home.
I can see
Cool.
a tiny bit. We might be able to terraform the jungle biome
Oh my god.
if we. I'm yeah, because I can see a little bit of hollow grass here,
Mhm.
but I don't think it grows on mud. So if we get rid of all the mud and replace it with dirt, we might be able to actually make the hollow biome be on the surface.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll do that another time. This way.
That could be interesting. Yeah.
Or we
I'm
can,
down.
or we just go underground, I guess.
Either or, yeah.
Underground jungle hollow biome.
All right.
Ow! I'm gonna go home.
Yeah, I'm also.
Oh,
I'm
right.
back home with my nurse wife.
I have another fairy. I'm gonna sell this fairy on the black market.
What the fuck? What's up with you? What are you doing?
Nothing. We can put that away.
Wait, what? I can get an ammo box now? 20% chance to save ammo?
Oh, thank you. Oh, what? Wait, what'd you get?
It's an ammo box. Deshaun is selling it.
Oh yeah, I think that's a hard mode item. Let me check.
Yeah, it can be placed. It says 20% chance to save ammo.
Oh yeah, oh you should place that somewhere. Did you grab one?
No, not yet.
I can.
But I'm grabbing it now. There we go. I got it. Okay, so I just have to place it?
Yeah, just like plonk it somewhere, like on a shelf or whatever. And then you right click on it, and I think it's a. Yeah, it's a permanent buff.
Okay. It just clicks.
Yeah, you can see it underneath your hotbar where all your buffs are.
Oh, yeah.
20% chance
Okay,
to save
ammo
ammo.
box, 20% ammo. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Cool. I mean, that's not too bad.
Not too shabby.
I mean, I'm glad I bought that. I have at least some money saved, so.
Some more things on hard mode. Yeah. Actually,
Yay.
the wizard should spawn now. I think he spawns in the hollow biome. I want him to live in my place. I was trying to make I want to make a table and stuff for him.
Oh.
Oh wait, I actually need the sawmill now.
What? Sorry?
I don't have enough space for this shit.
There we go. Ba, 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 ba. Alright, alright. Oh. Wizard spawns underground general? Okay. Huh. I don't know, man. I don't know about this game.
I don't know. I
I
just
don't know
work
anything.
here.
I don't know. Yeah. That's literally me. I just work here. I'm gonna go talk to just before we end this. I wanna talk to the party girl.
Party girl. What kind
Like-
of wood do I have?
I feel like the party girl has a lot of like interesting stuff. Job.
Table and a chair.
Party wagon, a spectrum kite. Silly balloon machine. That's the one that you have, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the balloon
Basketball,
machine.
A lava lamp.
No, it's my lamp. You can't have it.
What?
It's my lamp. I want it.
Okay, it's your lamp. Okay. Sure. There we go. Got the party wagon. Why not? I wanted the party wagon.
Party
We'll get to party
wagon.
There we go. Alright.
I wonder if I can find the wizard real quick.
I think, yeah.
Huh. I guess he spawns in the jungle biome. Or the hollow. Underground hollow, maybe.
Yeah?
Pretty sure. Find him and get him in my house. Like a barracuda.
Oh, wait.
Like an even bigger piranha. Out of here.
Yeah, barracuda?
Yeah.
It's a dangerous big animal, yeah. Ooh, barracuda.
Oh god, a turtle. Oh, stay back. Stay back.
I am worried because when you sound worried, I get worried.
Yeah. They're mean. Oh, what's that? What? Oh.
Wait, where are you?
Underground. Chaos elemental. Maybe I should stop using my— oh! Turtle shell! Need that.
The fuck is this now? A moss hornet.
Oh my god, there's so many barracudas in that lake.
Oh shit.
Is that a mimic? That's a chest.
Arapinas!
Oh, it's a real
There
chest.
we
Okay.
go. Crystal shard.
Everything's so
Okay.
shiny down here. Oh, there's a bone man!
A bone man?
Bone
What?
man! Oh, please don't kill him. Oh, no! You little bitch! No, he had the thing I wanted, and he killed him. I don't think I don't think I had enough money for it. Oh, that's a shame. He had the yo-yo glove that I wanted.
Oh right, yeah.
Ah. Sorry, I know we said we were ending, but I want to see if I can find the wizard.
Yeah, we were looking for the wizard, yeah.
Wizard, the wizard lizard.
Wait.
Oh, careful.
There we go, there we go.
Oh.
IRL, there's sweet peas, but in Terraria? True. I mean, turtles are nice.
Turtles,
when they're,
turtles
like-
used to be my favorite animal when I was a kid.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anyway, I think turtles are cool.
They're
I
just
had
little
some,
fellas.
I had friends that had turtles as
Oh, those are
like,
jungle spiders. Ah,
oh,
kill it with fire!
ah, fuck. I got robbed out by a chaos elemental. Got
Ew.
robbed out? Really? Yeah, you.
You've
All
g-
over it.
You've been erased. Like, rubbed out by an eraser, probably. I don't know.
Oh, like that. Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, Robin.
Yep,
Sure.
yep, that's it.
that way, yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing here. Checking.
Ooh. Soul of light.
Yeah?
Ah, spider!
Oh, watch out. meteorite. I wanted to check. So meteorite work. Make all different kinds of like. Okay.
Hmm.
All right. So
Wizard.
what if we go?
Rarely spawns in the cavern layer below. Oh, I thought it was specifically below here, but maybe it's just a regular cavern. Guess we could try that.
Maybe.
Meow. Wizard. Ah.
There we go.
Cavern layer. Is anything in
Alright,
particular?
Okay, so there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Up, 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 up.
Oh, heart crystal.
Look at some coral. Oh, stretchy noises? Sure, I'll do the stretchy noises.
Stretch.
Oh, fuck.
Wouldn't you do
Oh,
stretchy
fuck
noises
off.
anyway if you just did it anyway?
Oh. No, because people can't see if I just stretch. Like, if I just, like, kind of go, like this.
Oh, there he is. Yay!
But what if I, like, but I need to go, like, you know? Otherwise, people can't hear it, you know?
Wizard's hat. I can't buy any of this stuff right now, unfortunately. But
Oh, you, what?
the block of ice. Yeah, the wizard. I wanted to buy this crystal ball, but I'm kind of out of gold. I'm not out, but I don't have enough gold.
Oh, maybe, can I help you? Like,
How much do you have?
oh, give me a second. I'll go back to my house and check.
Let me... Things already occupied.
do I-
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
How much do I have in my piggy bank? Let's see. Currently, I have 7 gold, 60 silver, and 141.
Yeah, a crystal ball
Cover.
costs 15, so I should be able to cover the rest.
Alright. I'll grab it all for you. There we go.
Okay, the wizard's at my house now.
Alright.
Coolio.
So how do I give you all my money?
Just take it out of your piggy bank.
Okay, we're coming over. I'm here. Okay, so I just drop it for you?
Yeah.
There you go. No, there you go.
Oh, thank you. I'll grab me a crystal ball. Yay! I'll replace my plasma ball with it.
Hey!
Magic powers are increased. It's basically like your
Oh.
your ammo box you just got,
Oh.
but for magic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Yay! A plasma ball up here next to my lamp.
Yeah.
I also found a summoning item for the queen slime, not the king slime.
Oh, the queen. Ooh.
I'm gonna hold on to that for later.
Yeah.
That's a turtle shell. Stone block.
Okay.
A girl and her cauldron.
Okay. What do I make? All right. That should be good.
Shelf. There
Should
you
be
go.
able to do that. Okay.
Cool. That should be good for now.
Yeah. You got the wizard and everything, and like I think I managed to get the stuff that I needed. Oh, look, your wizard is in love with you. How cute. Or just
Wizard.
happy, I guess, maybe.
Reminds me of the old days. He also has a harp and a bell. He sells spell tomes and books and a music box, antique dropper.
Oh.
He has a wizard's hat. I want your wizard's hat. Oh, I can buy it, yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to, right?
Yeah, it's like a purple wizard's hat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks way more like you. So yay, awesome.
Yeah, I'm wearing this black dye though, because I'm a witchy. Just a little
But
witchy.
I don't know. The purple looks good on you. It fits.
Like my purple?
I like your purple.
Yeah.
What?
It's
I
Umikoto.
think.
Thank you for the follow.
Oh
Awesome
yay,
ice
thank
rock.
you. Oh, and also something first aid. Sure, I totally forgot.
Burger. Oh yeah, I was gonna
Ah.
sell that and that.
All right. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh, good stretch. Oh shit. Oh god. Ah, there we go. Whew. All right.
Well,
Oh damn.
the cat is
Oh.
is sitting on well, the guide's sitting on a chair and the cat's sitting on the guide. That's funny.
Oh, that's nice.
Crystal
Dead. Welcome
storm.
back, Vesper. Don't be dead.
With flames. Golden shower. Ah, we love the golden shower.
Opinion on cauliflower cheese
There we
stuffed
go.
lemons?
Both say
I like lemon.
lemon.
I like cauliflower. Not really a huge fan of
Oh.
cheese.
Plaguebringer's cloak. Whoa.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, we can probably wrap it up here.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
cool.
I also think my wife has gone to bed, so I should
No,
probably
I'm
jump
sorry. Oh no.
in. Why is everyone weirded out by it? I don't know, like it's fine.
I don't really like cauliflower.
I like cauliflower.
It confuses me.
Really? Okay.
It's like, it looks like broccoli, but I don't think it is.
Oh no, 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 not at all.
Not at
I
all.
like clover flower. What? Because it's
Flower.
white, like me.
Shut up.
What? What?
On about.
Well, I'm Nordic. I'm pretty goddamn pale.
Same.
Just
Wordplay.
like, just like. Yeah, I know it's wordplay because clover flower,
Stop playing
cauliflower.
with your words and finish your food.
Yeah, don't play with your food. Yeah. Wait, what?
Collie sounds similar. Sure. Alright, I'm gonna close the world.
All right. Let's see.
Ah,
Save it again. All right, awesome. Hey,
awesome. That was fun. Thanks for joining me.
I had a great time. Thank you for playing with me. Let me get you a little bit bigger here so I can also look at you. There we go. Actually, no, I want you over here. There we go.
Arr. If you guys haven't already, go follow Clover.
Oh my god, I can
And
actually see like I can see your lipstick now. It's actually really pretty. Oh my god, I was about to I was about to shout out lipstick. What the fuck is
shouting out
wrong with me?
lipstick. Yay!
I was like going
Ow!
shout out and then like it's just add lipstick. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Yeah, well, I appreciate you hanging out as always. I do hope that Per can join us soon as well, because I do miss hanging out with both of you.
Yeah. Oh my
We
god.
shall see.
Yeah. We shall see, yeah.
Let's see.
Also, like I just to remember, I totally got Devour if you wanna like do some horror shit at some point.
Oh yeah, I don't know when we're gonna do that.
Just in case, just letting you know, just manifesting that for you.
It's just an idea. It's fine. It's whatever. If it's not if you want it or something.
Wait, what?
So I
What are you
guess
saying, Robin?
I'll probably play Terraria with you the week before I go on vacation, or the week when I go on vacation. It'll be the 28th. I'm leaving for vacation on the 30th.
Yeah, but we're also rating out. Hmm.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Do we want to rate anyone? Let me check.
Like
Who's
if you
in
have
rating
anybody
distance?
interesting on, yeah.
Hmm. Oh, Crash Out Crew. I forgot that came out. Or a demo of it is out.
Oh, okay.
Crash Out Crew is the new game that the developers of Peak are making.
Oh, right. I did. Oh, yeah, like with the forklifts and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to check it out. Let's go raid
Oh.
my Potato Fox.
Mhm.
Because they're
Oh,
playing that right now.
do you have their channel name just in
Y-
case? Let's see.
yeah. I'll put it in chat as well as the DMs.
Thank you. All right.
Oh my god, Mana! Oh no, I just got a raid from Mana.
Oh,
Ah.
fuck.
Hi, Mana. How are you, cutie? Hi. We were just about to raid out. Oh no. If you want to raid out Clover, you can. I guess maybe I'll stay here for another minute.
You know what? I can rate out to you if that if that helps. Yeah, I'll put whoever was in here over on your eye, and then you can like
Ah,
you can go where
okay.
you need to be.
A double raid? What do you mean double raid?
Hmm.
Is someone else coming? Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, raid train. Maybe not. But welcome in. For those who don't know me, I am Robin Sushiko, the witch who's here to make your night a little more frightening. I'm a chaotic, comfy indie game and variety game streamer and aspiring voice actress. We just got done playing some Terraria with my buddy Clover here. We're just about to go raid someone playing that new Crash Out Crew game by the devs who made Peak. Looks kind of cool. I do want to check it out at some point. Is it
That's
free?
funny. Yeah,
Is
like
it in a demo right now? Check. Crash Crash Out Crew. Yeah, it has a demo right now.
that was fast. I feel like it just got like announced at least.
Cool. Maybe I can get my friends to play it with me tonight. But yeah, thank you so much. If you want, feel free to
Like if
join
you
my
wanna,
Discord, check out my socials and my merch page. Oh, what was that, Clover?
well, it was just like if you wanted to like hang around and like stick around,
I'm still
I could
gonna
still
raid
raid over
here
to
in
you.
just a moment. I wasn't gonna
Yeah.
stay too much longer, but
Ah, okay.
heckin' Mana. Arr. Mana's a good bean, though. Thank you. I hope you had fun with
Yeah.
Minecraft.
But if like again, if anything, I'm I can raid over to you then. Like if you wanna just like
I mean,
talk a little
I'm
to
gonna raid
to your
now as
raiders and
well. I want to
everything.
go to get something to eat. I don't want to stay too long.
Oh, okay. All right, awesome.
Yeah, I'll start up the
Let's
raid, but I really appreciate
all right.
the raid, Mana. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Ow. Ow.
It was Potato Fox.
Blaze.
I
Here's the
see.
raid
There he
message.
is. Cute. Yeah, go grab the raid message and everything, and go. Let's go raid Potato Fox Plays, who is playing the new Crash Out Crew,
So
which
crew.
I might look into as well. Maybe, maybe.
Yeah. Alright, everybody. Stay bright, Nightlights, and thank you so much for hanging around. I'll be back tomorrow for Witchcraft Wednesday. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sounds like a great time.
Bye bye,
Yeah.
everybody. Hugs and squishes
Bye
for Clover,
bye.
too.
And hugs and
Bye.
kisses for you as
Bye.
well. Bye bye. Bye bye everybody as well. Bye and.